Hey, Sean, what the hell's going on, man?
Do do do. And you're tuned in to episode 4 of Good Morning Gunchannels, your intermediate go-to when you're suffering from the early watch withdrawal. I'll be your host today for the next, 7 hours? Yeah, you get to put up with my shit for 7 hours. See if I can make it through today without racism, artificial of course, and sexual harassment, and the destruction of hashtag Gunchannels dating. Let's see how that goes. Morning, Tony.
Grab him by the pussy.
Well, there goes that one. Not even 60 seconds in, we've already broken it. Awesome. Let's see. Today,
That's why they put them two holes right there side by side so you can carry them around like a six-pack.
there you go. So basically, today is Christmas for me. I've got 2 care packages coming. One here at the shop, one at the house. Thank you.
Oh, it's Christmas Eve.
Oh yeah. Well, the mail will be here probably before I leave today. So
I got my plated bullets yesterday. And I ain't got no gun to shoot them out of, but yeah.
All in good time. Did your local actually send you a tracking number or something for what they shipped out for you?
Not yet. They weren't even going to ship it out until probably today or tomorrow or Monday. Today's Thursday, yeah.
Hey, that was a pretty good opening cadence, though, wouldn't you say?
Do what?
That was a pretty good opening cadence and monologue, I'd say. My boss isn't here, so I was like, I can use my full voice.
At least I can hear you.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, I've been trying to go to bed earlier every day because, by the time I get home, it's like house chores, dinner, diabetic, dad's medicine, mom's medicine, clean the house, miss a chat, go to bed, right? That's what it's been like because it's like I've got enough stress with the to-dos that I'm trying really hard not to do evening chats. I know they're good topics and I really want to be there. It's just I don't want to aggravate myself by getting into anything too heavy,
Yeah, I do.
So I've been trying to go to bed early every night for the last 6 weeks, and I'm still not getting to bed before 1 a.m. And I thought, well, great, this fatigue isn't working out for me because when I fall asleep on a Saturday, my body naturally wakes up the same time that my alarm goes off. So I'm not getting sleep on the other end either. Woke up at 7:30, and I'm like, oh shit, I beat the alarm by half an hour.
I was up until 2:30, sitting here shooting the shit with G-Webs because one of my meds causes my heart to skip really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And my heart skips all the time anyway, but the med causes it to skip 2 or 3 beats at a time instead of just one. And when it's doing that and I'm laying down, I cannot take my mind off of it. Because
does it literally stop, or does the rhythm change that gives a long pause between?
No, it stops.
So that's what that pacemaker is supposed to help alleviate, though, right?
Right. And most of the time, normally it skips half of one beat. And I can feel it because the other half just tries to refill the full chamber, and it hurts, kind of.
Yeah, because it's basically compressing a half charge. It's almost like you probably have that sensation like you had an air bubble or something. Well, technically that would kill you, but I mean, you know what I mean. It's like it's shoving through a bubble or something.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy, actually.
I used to describe when I swallowed something I was eating that was too big. I always felt it in my chest, and I would imagine that's a similar situation because I'm over pressuring something momentarily, and it's a really painful feeling.
Yeah, it's not super painful, but it's really uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a split second.
Yeah.
It's just like something thumps on from the inside out.
My dad used to call that death tapping on your shoulder.
Well, he's been tapping on me ever since I was a young man.
Yeah. Because like my dad's been he takes the same meds that he he's giving to me, and he's been taking them for 15, 16 years now. But he used to say the same thing you were talking about, where he would lay in bed and like all of a sudden he just had this moment where everything felt like someone hit the pause button on his heart just for a second. And as soon as that thought entered his mind, then the beat would come. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm having a rare morning. I'm like super wired because I actually had time to eat breakfast this morning. But it's fighting my antihistamine, which usually makes me feel like a stone zombie. Hashtag hyper zombie. There it is. Yeah, I came into work this morning and the door was locked, and the warehouse guy was like, "Oh, why is the door locked?" He said our boss was here, but he took off. I'm like, "You know where he went?" He says, "Nope, not a clue. He didn't even tell me he was leaving. Gone." It's fantastic. So is the Senate vote today for Neil Gorsuch, or is this the Congress putting in the nuclear option to thumb their nose at the liberals who keep doing these all-night chat sessions, you know, to filibuster the vote?
I do not know.
Because if they're actually doing the vote itself, that just goes to show how weak a liberal's conviction is, because they were conga lining it up there to speak publicly on the floor as a filibuster. And I'm reminded of Ted Cruz standing up on the stage for, I think it was 21 or 27 hours or something, all by himself. And I'm like, well, nice try, libs. Here's your participation badge, but we're still going to vote anyway, you know?
Yeah, they certainly can't match something like that on their without their whole freaking group.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they ought to do is enact a rule where the filibuster is only from the person who initiates it. No handoffs.
Well, yeah, because it's not a an oversight committee type thing where everyone gets a turn. Somebody has to raise the idea to speak. I want to speak on something, you know, and then I don't know. Maybe that's how a filibuster works. You know, you don't actually exclaim that you're about to incite a filibuster. All you do is go up there and say, "I would like to speak about this," and then whip out the yellow pages. You know, that kind of thing. I think Ted Cruz did something similar to that. He just started reading the names off the yellow pages or some shit, and I was like, "Wow, that's a man dedicated to his craft right there."
Yep.
So I heard Nikki Haley got booed at some thing in New York. It's New York. What do you expect, right? She was in an interview with Greta Van Susteren, and she mentioned something about women's rights or Syria. I think it was Syria, and the involvement in Syria and how she's tied to the Trump administration. And you know, she was pointing the finger at Russia for something, and the crowd booed. But she finished her interview. She was like very graceful. She didn't like react to the boos. And then when she left, the person who started this whole show said that, you know, she was under hostile fire by the audience, but she took it with class and grace. And, you know, we were just glad that she actually came out anyway. But the reason they booed her was because it's New York. It's full of flaming libtards. And the next two speakers that came on after her were Hillary Clinton and the president of Planned Parenthood. Of course it was a liberal audience.
No shit.
Would it be funny if Planned Parenthood actually changed their name to what they are? Planned executions.
Yeah, abortions
Like,
are.
I'm not one of those like pro-life people, you know. I'm one of those. There has to be a limit, though. So I'm like sitting there saying, look, if you did the deed, you're gonna know you're pregnant within, say, 60 days. Does that sound fair?
I ain't gonna comment on that because I am pro-life.
Yeah. I mean, if there had to be a compromise, there has to be a realistic number. It can't be like 6 months or some stupid crap like that. But
I'm willing to bend to the point to say the morning after pill. I can live with that. You know.
Yeah, that's so early on. That's why.
You offer that up, even if we have to subsidize it, so they can run down to the local pharmacy and grab one for
$8
$1.
a box, isn't it? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not a woman. I can't comment on these things too much. It's just, they said Planned Parenthood. I call it planned executions because they don't actually offer any prenatal care. That guy did that expose piece earlier in the year, and he went to 50 different clinics in 50 states, and they all said the same thing. They're like, we don't do prenatal. I'm like, wow. So where's the planning?
I don't know.
That's the plan. Anyway, I didn't want to drag us down into that. It's just I wanted to comment on who followed Nikki Haley at this convention thing, and I just found it really funny. It was Hillary and her.
I absolutely don't mind being dragged down into the abortion debate because it is absolutely fucking hypocritical.
It is. I mean, there's
to say
it's a money thing. I think
the woman's right to choose her own body. Well, there's another body growing inside of you, bitch. Who gets to choose for that?
Right.
Where's their right?
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm one of those time limit type people. It's like I think the current limit's like 4 or 5 months or something. That's a long time. 60 days. I think that's more realistic. It's still unpalatable to many, but I mean at least it's a substantial cut. That's one gigantic leap in your direction if they do that.
But again, I'm not one for compromise. I mean, I'm willing to go the morning after pill.
Holy crap.
And I would possibly go up to the point of a heartbeat, but I don't know. I would have to think about that one for a long time.
It was the Women's Summit, by the way. That's what it is. I found the headline again.
And Hillary Clinton was there?
Hillary Clinton followed by the president of Planned Parenthood. They were all there. I couldn't tell you who else was there. I just saw the story about who followed her afterwards, and it came as a bit of a no-brainer to me once I realized who followed her, what the audience was. Now I'm looking at a story now that says a murder suspect has raised $35 million for bail. So she's paying off her bail, $35 million, because she got a family fund transfer through China, and she's accused of killing the father of her 2 children. So it's like, okay, her family wired money over from China for her bail. By the time I'm reading this, she's probably already flying over Hawaii on the way back to China. She's never coming back. She's going to get away with this. Justice has a price tag, clearly.
Well, yeah. That's freaking obvious.
Yeah.
Hillary's walking free. Bill is.
She's backed by people tied to her mother who have raised $4 million cash and pledged $61 million to San Francisco Bay Area property. See, it's literally a money thing. They bailed her out with the promise of buying land out there.
Yeah, Angry's right. That's what Batman's for. He has no boundaries.
Down with that. Send Ray Stevenson with a Knight's Armament 500 Magnum to pay this woman a visit.
Damn, I was trying to stay clear of the big bore today.
It's all right. No, I had a very pleasant surprise in my feed today. The guy I was talking about in my videos, E. Olamite, the dude who got me into 454s in the first place, he finally released a new video today. And it's been a long time since he's actually posted one, but he sounds like he's aged a lot. So, I mean, maybe he had a health issue or something, but he came back with why you should buy a Red Hawk Alaskan like I've got and like he's got. And he was reading this book called, book of the day, It's called Ruger Revolvers. It's a hardback book that he bought, and he was reading this excerpt from it where it was talking about pressure testing and proof testing a Ruger revolver compared to Smith and Wesson. The Alaskan is proofed to 50% over SAMI specifications. That's 92,000 psi in the chamber. And the way they tested it was they fired 300 rounds through the gun at 92,000 psi.
I've had several people tell me that the load I put in that gun should have never blew it.
Yeah. I just thought that was awesome.
Yeah, I knew that they tested them, every freaking one, for that 150%.
Yes, and then the really funny thing is the 500 was only proof to 72,000 psi.
That's probably around where the 44. Now it's probably about 70, 65 to 70.
I just found it really funny.
I think its maximum is just under 40.
Yeah, and then the other part he was reading where I kept talking about Carpenter steel, right? Carpenter's the developer, the manufacturer of said steel. And what it is it's a super hard version of 465 stainless. And in his book, they were talking about how they were breaking and wearing out tooling to drill through the cylinders because it was so hard. It was so strong that they had to retool the factory with stronger bits and stronger presses and things, or drill presses, to actually drill out the cylinders.
Right, yeah, because the freaking, what is the Burnell strength of Carpenter?
I don't know.
700 or so?
It's in the stratosphere is basically what it is.
Drill bits are usually 750 to 800. Which is why if you want to make armor-piercing bullets on your own, drill bits are a good selection for the shank material. If you live in a place where you can do shit like that, which I don't.
There it is. Let's see. Custom 465, that's what it's called. Oh wait, no, this is somebody else. They don't even have it listed. They stop at 455. That's funny.
Well,
Ancient Chinese secret, I guess.
Like armor plate, AR 500 is 500 Burnell hardness. That's what the number is.
Yeah. Well, they fired 50, was it 50 or 500 rounds? No, 50 rounds in each cylinder in a torture test. And the gun didn't stretch even 1/1000th of an inch anywhere.
I stretched mine.
This is why anybody who wants to have a tank built 454, the Alaskan's the first gun I go to, followed by the Taurus because cost. That's cool.
Well, I'm definitely a fan of Ruger's revolver and most other shit Ruger.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like the 1022, but that's a fit thing. I probably could build one to fit me better, but the Marlin is just more natural fit to me, so I'm more of a Marlin fan. Plus, I hate the BX10.
Mm-hmm. I found out what's wrong with my 336 last night.
Yeah, what's that?
Every time I shoulder it, it feels really unnatural and awkward against my shoulder. And so what I did was I took that one out in the 1895 and I was doing them one at a time. And the difference is the stock is completely shorter for the length of pull on the 336. I've got the decelerator pad on the 1895. That's what it came with. And it gives me an extra inch and I think I'm going to have to buy one and put it on the 336 because when I put my cheek down on the stock, it's almost on the wrist already, and that's just way too close to my face. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. You could also, if you need more, you could also shim it with a probably 1/4 inch thick piece of plastic shaped to the stock dimension. You know.
Yeah, I might have, I might have to do that, but I couldn't believe that it was vastly different. To the eye, it's not that much not that much shorter, but without that decelerator pad, it's substantially shorter to my face when I put it up to my face. That, and I think one of the receiver screws is too long. I think someone stripped it, did a field strip, cleaned the bolt out and everything, and they swapped receiver screws somewhere because the screw on the left side of the receiver, towards the bottom, right above the trigger, it sticks out, and I could turn it. I thought I could stick my thumbnail in the groove and turn it with my thumb. So I took a screwdriver the day I got it, and I tightened it until the screw was just flush with the receiver. It wasn't even under tension. I just spun it until it went into the receiver, and it just stopped. And I couldn't open the action after that. Like that screw was touching something inside that wouldn't let me open the action. Find out which screw's too long or which one's too short, because the one on the back of the receiver on the right side that goes through the stock, I tried to take that screw out. I probably turned it something like 150 revolutions and it still didn't come out. I think it's like, there's a threaded section on the left side. I got it out past that, but then the screw wouldn't catch the threads on the right side. So I'm thinking maybe it's a captive screw that you just let it go out to a certain point and you just pull on it. But there's only one other screw in the receiver that I'm thinking it could be, but I don't really want to take it apart because, I mean, as long as it doesn't shake itself apart, I don't want to mess with it.
I don't know. Go to Brownells and look at the freaking schematics. You may be able to order the right screw for that place and not have to take the other one out.
Yeah, I may have to do that.
Probably.
The other reason I'm not in a hurry is because I'm seriously considering changing out that loop. I don't like the short loop, the standard loop. I got so used to the big loop on the 95 that I don't want anything else anymore. But the tragic thing is I paid $15 for the rifle and I had to spend 165 on the loop.
The damned little loop on any of those is
tight,
not super ergonomic.
Yeah, like I can't work the action with it in my hand. It wants to dig into my knuckles. My hand barely fits in the loop, and I'm not even a big guy. It's just it's such a small loop. If I wore gloves, just forget it.
Yeah, that's the Winchesters were pretty much that way too. That loop was meant for 3 fingers, but when you work the action, it's not natural. It tries to twist your freaking fingers. I suppose the guys who that's all they had, they got used to it pretty quick, but you see a lot of people that do it, they grab a hold of the bottom of the freaking lever to work it instead of having their fingers through it.
Mm-hmm.
And you do not want to try to do the John Wayne spin with one with the regular loop.
Oh, hell no.
You're going to dislocate some fingers.
I'm not going to do that shit. I ain't fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger or nothing like that. I mean,
I used to could do it with my 22.
I don't even work the loop like you typically see people work the loop either. I just go ahead and reach it with my hand and just grab it instead of trying to just work it through my fingers. Only because I can't work the loop that's so skinny that I can't do it anyway.
You see a lot of people that do it that way. They grab it by the bottom.
Yep.
And that's just because that friggin' loop is so damn small, you can't hardly work it with your fingers in it.
Yeah. And I can't wear my shooting gloves. I can't wear my big bore shooting gloves because the knuckles, there's a pad on the top of the knuckles that's like 1/2 inch thick. So if I was to wear those, I wouldn't be able to get that through the loop anyway. So it would just have to be like something like isotoners or mechanics gloves or something like that. I could probably do it with that.
Hell, I picked up a pair of kind of mechanics gloves, but they're bright freaking yellow on the backside. But they have a real sticky grip. But I can't, I grabbed them because I thought they'd help me with the handling of that Ruger with the wood stock, with the wood grip on it. And I can't hardly get my finger through the freaking trigger guard with them on. And they're not a thick glove at all. There's no way I would want to try to stick my finger through it with the gun cocked.
What the hell is he building? I think my friend's building a North Korean missile launching platform or something today in his backyard. I just sent him North Korean missile launch platform. Oh, it was a gazebo thing. For some reason, Facebook, in its infinite stupidity, put the older post above the newer one. Oh well. Shit, it only took him an hour to put it together. So let's see what else is going. I had to answer a question for why people have to pay taxes on their Amazon orders these days. And I'm like, it's because they have fulfillment centers in every state, so that's how they bilk you for a little extra.
Oops.
Woman falls off California's highest bridge taking a selfie.
Darwin at work.
It's a 730-foot tall bridge. She fell. Well, if it's a 730-foot tall bridge and she only fell 60 feet, then who gives a shit if it's a 730-foot tall bridge?
So I take it she survived.
I guess.
Damn it, I thought Darwin scored another one.
Right. Woman found nearly naked claims she's a mermaid.
Must be Lib.
Okay.
I identify as a mermaid today.
Smeggy still identifies as an attack helicopter.
That makes every bit as much sense as a mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
I identify as a grouchy old bastard suffering from big boy withdrawal.
A spoiled Saudi prince gets a reality check from a New York City cop. He quickly learns that this is not Saudi Arabia and nobody gives a shit who he is. Double parked his Ferrari. That's funny.
Yeah, except that there's probably enough money to make that cop's life go bad.
Yeah, so everyone's calling what's going on in my area today the last breath of winter. That's gonna suck.
What is it, 70?
It's like it just barely broke 60 when I left for work, which feels really nice out.
If it would be 60 here today, I'll be happy.
In other news, Shia LaBeouf, that
Idiot.
originally in Transformers and Necessary Death of Charlie Countryman, and the guy who's been trying to do this nonstop podcast against Trump or whatever, bit of a douche these days. He had a movie released in the UK, and it sold a whopping 3 tickets for its opening week. 3.
Woohoo.
Apparently, they don't like him in the kingdom either.
I looked at my weather. It's supposed to get to a whopping balmy 50 degrees here today. But there is this big yellow thing in the sky. I believe they call it the sun.
Yeah. Climate change eco-mentalists, they like to deny the fact that the sun is burning brighter and hotter than it ever has. They still want to blame mankind for doing it or whatever. I always thought it would be a really cool idea. If the world has a problem with disposing of its waste, put it on a barge and aim it towards the sun. It'll burn up before it even reaches it. But I think I realize why we don't do that, why we keep everything. Because if we sent everything we had out there, every time we threw something away, there'd be nothing left. We're literally hanging on to our trash because we might need it later. So humanity are nothing but hoarders in the long run. I mean, if anything, put the nuclear waste on a barge. Send that shit to the sun. We don't want that back, ever.
Rockets are expensive.
No. It doesn't have to be a rocket. You put it on a barge. You put like a JATO unit on a barge in space. You fire it in the right direction, and momentum will do the rest. It might take a couple of years for it to drift over there, but it'll get there.
But you've got to get it from here to space.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Rockets are expensive.
Time to pull a soldier and make garbage plant. The moon will be the world's biggest landfill. That would be wicked. Oh, yeah, Clay just posted the selfie woman. The Darwin selfie woman.
Yeah, she certainly cheated Darwin if she's alive.
Well, that's fine. That just means there's going to be a situation like Final Destination where like 30 other people die. Start with Hillary, go to Chuck Schumer, then go over to Bitch McConnell. You can stop at Paul Ryan. It's cool.
Don't forget Feinstein.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Pelosi.
yeah. Turkey neck? Yeah, definitely her.
At least terminal illness for McCain.
I just wish he would quietly ride off into the sunset. I don't have any ill will toward him. You know, I still respect him as a soldier and a POW. So it's like, just tell the people that you've had enough, you've served the country for as long as you could, and you want to enjoy the twilight years of your life. Not with, like, dignity. America will not pull a WWE on you. A 60-foot fall is the lower limit of the coffin zone. No, Angry's is best. Alien life form cracks open the barge and it's filled with Nickelback CDs and Shia LaBeouf films. Intergalactic war ensues.
That was a good one.
Yep. Yep, so I'm just sitting here with my thumb up my ass doing returns today. Guess it's not such a bad thing.
Oh, shit. And I loaded up. God, I can't fucking remember how many now. I think 92, 94 rounds last night.
You're humping at single stage too, right?
Yeah, I run 2.
Yeah.
I have 2 single stages side by side where I can put my resizer.
Do you have one of those Lee bench block or bench plate kits
No,
to mount your presses on? Damn.
nope. No,
I'm trying to
mine.
figure out if I can mount a case trimmer on one of the wooden plates it comes with, or if case trimmer is going to be too wide. I need one, obviously.
I have no idea. Any case length thing I've done, I've just done it by hand with the grinder wheel.
So this is supposed to be.
Basically, the only case trimming I've had to do is on Milcert 30-06 brass.
Yeah. It's just they make it sound like I have to do it often with a 30-30. And I'm like, I don't know. Especially since I can't load them hot.
I was gonna say, it depends on how hot you push them.
Yeah. I mean, it specifically says if you have a marlin with a micro groove barrel, don't go over 1600 because it'll affect accuracy. And I'm like, well, I can live with 1600. What's really funny is some of the loadings go up to 2400, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm not supposed to use that one.
I think I was loading to around 28 with the 110 grain.
Mm-hmm.
It was close to 3. But I was running Winchester, and it liked it.
I'll try it. I mean, this is that part where I have to do initial loadings anyway, just to see what it likes and what it doesn't. So I'll probably load a couple of them really hot just to see, if it really does affect accuracy or not.
I would imagine it would on the Marlin because the micro grooves are easier to strip out.
Oh, so it's actually a wear issue.
No. It's strip out on the jacket.
Tear the jacket apart. I gotcha.
Because it doesn't dig deep enough in it to keep it from just stripping the jacket.
Yeah.
But like I said, when I was running them 110 grain spritzers through the Winchester, of course you can't load 2 in the magazine. You have to load 1 and 1 in the chamber. But the gun liked it real well.
What is the same fucking factor?
It liked 150 grain boat tail hollow points pretty well too. I didn't like them because it kicked like a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
I was just at the time I was experimenting with the thing and seeing what it would do, and I was already loading 30-06, so I had a selection of 308 bullets on hand. I didn't buy any to do it with, and I thought, aside from the chain loading magazine issues, there's shouldn't be any reason why the gun doesn't like spritzer bullets. And it turns out that it didn't have a problem with them at all.
Yeah, I think it's just nervousness of tip to primer type of a thing with a lot of people.
That's right. I wouldn't ever put 2 of them in the chamber or in the magazine.
I would. I've seen how difficult it is to actually tip to primer have a detonation. You have to hit that thing hard, like really hard. But then again, I mean, I'll just avoid the possibility because, I mean, this is a cowboy action gun essentially. So I'm not really that big on having to shoot spitzers out of it anyway. But if I were to, I'll probably just get some of those FTX bullets with a little neoprene or rubber tip on the end of it, and that'll just do exactly what I was seeking to do anyway.
Yeah, that didn't exist back in the day. So
yeah, it's kind of like a new nicety.
I think the design of those is specifically for putting spritzer bullets in tubular magazines.
Almost certain of it. I mean, that's what the lever revolution rounds in general are for. I've got 20 of them for the 4570. They look like little missiles. Bet they work better than Kim Jong-il's fucking nuclear missiles. Go farther.
Yeah.
Entirely true.
My favorite round to have is 25-06. I've always loved it, but there's always been a shortage of good bullets for it. So I just shied away from buying another one. I just went to 30-06 because there's freaking a plethora of bullets for 308 caliber stuff. But 25 caliber is getting better.
I'm still, I don't know, maybe it's just me being weird. Shit. Didn't bring it. I'm still wanting for a Marlin 444. I think I'll have one. I just need to figure out what finish I want it in.
I wouldn't turn down a 444 if I could run a crust one, but I would rather have it in 4570.
Well, I've already got that one.
Right, that's where we differ. I wouldn't have both. I mean, I can't justify that.
No, me neither. It's just I don't have an addictive personality. I have a collective personality, or collector person. Like we had this joke on Matt's chat one time, and it was like, if you were any Marvel superhero, what would you be? And I didn't even think twice. I was like, I would be the collector. That would just be it. I have to have all the Pokemons. So I'm looking at you know what? I may actually go with the long barrel in the 444. I'm not keen on the fact that the loading tube is shorter than the barrel, but it would definitely make it easier for me to identify. Like, that's the 444. It's got a shorter tube or a really long barrel. I think it's got like a 28-inch barrel or some shit. Yeah, 444 XLR. I think that's going to be the one.
I kind of favor longer barrels. I always have. Kind of a minimum for me in a rifle is 22. And I would prefer 24, 26.
Yep, it's going to be that one. That was an easy decision to make. It's a stainless with the gray and black laminate like my 4570. I'm pulling a flippy on lever actions with him with ARs, but 24-inch barrel. It says it's a 5-shot magazine, but I've been able to stick 7 in every rifle that they said that is only a 5-shot.
Seven include the chamber?
Yeah, 6 plus 1.
Yeah, because there's one in the chamber, one in the loading gate.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. So they're talking about just the tube. They don't count the one at the gate. That's probably why it does that. Okay.
Yeah, my rifles, 22s are that way. They say they're 17 rounds, but I can put 19 in them.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think I'm going to buy a 444 XLR. I like it. I've been really happy with my 2 so far. They seem pretty decently put together.
Well, I had this 60, which is actually a 72 model Bloomfield, but it's a Marlin Model 60.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had the particular gun for, 25 years, 30 years. It was the first semi I bought after having the 1022, which I didn't care for. And it has always been very reliable, providing it gets cleaned about twice a year. And you can tell when it needs it. I mean, the bolt starts feeling real rough. To you can feel the grit in the damn thing, and you can just pull the action out, and you can just hose that thing down with WD-40, and then wipe it off, and it's good to go. Oil it with some rim oil or something. I've only taken it apart and cleaned it thoroughly 2 times.
They don't have it. I wonder if they stopped manufacturing this model.
But anyway, after that, this time I wanted a Bolt 22, and I went bought a Marlin 981 because I wanted stainless and synthetic stock for those times when I'm hunting that I actually fall in the fucking river, which I've done. And it has been the best 22 I've ever seen for accuracy. And I have had a couple of higher end 22s, the Ruger 77 22, which is an expensive son of a bitch for 22. And this thing is fucking great.
My local doesn't have it.
And it's not picky about ammo either. It's really accurate with anything I've tried in it. Even that Agilia super shit that I hate because it's really accurate, but you may have to pull the trigger 3 times to get some bitch to work.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah, that's why I don't carry it.
This one's all right. So these bigger caliber ones are obviously more expensive. This one's $875, which is $175 more than I paid for my 4570. Of course, I bought mine secondhand, but yeah, I have a feeling I'm gonna have a hard time finding one of these. I know my Gander Mountain's got one, but I don't think it's the XLR.
No, the XLR, I don't know, but the 444, you should be able to find 336s in 444 because that's what Marlin did for a long time. I think they were doing that long before they did one in 4570.
Yep, I'll get one of these as soon as I can find it. Oh, what's a Ballard cut? Never heard that before. Let's take a look.
I think that's some sort of sight thing.
Oh, well, that's not it at all. These are all 19th century rifles. Like, I've seen the micro groove. I got a good look at that, and that is an insane rifling pattern.
It's extremely accurate too.
Yeah, it seems really grippy looking. People keep comparing it to the rifles that they see on battleships, which is funny because I mean that's what they call them on a battleship. They're called rifles. I'm like, that's funny. Sugar number 1. I still want the 336 and 35 Remington also. Just to load it, just to say I have it, you know? That would have to be one of those, like, the perfect deal fell into my lap type situations, though.
I do not know diddly shit about the 35 Remington aside from what I've read about it in the Model 8.
Yeah, I think that's the gun that it's best known with. Hornady still makes a pretty nice rifle round for it. I think they make an FTX for it, actually. Yeah, Lever Revolution round. What is this one?
I'm exceptionally content with 30-06 because it's so damn versatile.
Yeah, and someone's bound to have it in stock whenever you need it.
Yeah, it's a little bit punishing to shoot in a lighter gun, but you know they've had a lot of time to work on that some bitch to make it as good as it's going to get.
They've had a century to perfect it, so. This shit better got delivered yesterday. I'm pissed. Man, it's quiet as fuck in my shop today. My boss is here finally. Nobody else is.
I know it. I don't hear a bunch of drill in the background today.
Oh, yeah, because I finished everything yesterday. And then my warehouse guy did all of his, so that worked out pretty good. I'm going to be doing QC work after this. I got a whole shitload of camping equipment I have to go through.
I'll be right back.
All right. Pretty slow morning on Gunchannels today, too. How did I get so many messages all of a sudden? Oh.
Ah, there we go. Where the hell did you go, Sean? Them fingernail clippers. What do you know?
Sorry, Tony.
Well, I was just getting ready to call 911. I thought maybe you just dropped dead.
No, we were talking about my boss's Carrera too. He had to go in and get flat fixed this morning, and he was basically telling me how in the country he came from, um, they literally have like an NFA for cars over there. Like, for instance, it's not a Floyd, but it's similar, where certain manufacturers can only have a set number of cars in country in China, and the car he has is going to go over there, I think, in 2 years. They bought it under the premise that they were going to sell it over there in 2 years and split the profit, because the car he bought here is worth more than twice as much over there. So he was saying that for the buyer of this car, the licensing just to buy it is the equivalent of 100 grand.
God.
And then he still has to buy the car. And then I was like, well, is that for the individual or is that for the car? And he goes, it's every single car. If this guy bought like 10 cars, he would have to pay that 100 grand 10 times. And I'm like, so it's like the NFA. Because I told him, I'm like, we do that same thing with machine guns here. Kind of cool. It's a really slow day this morning. Shit. Hashtag slow channels. Oh, crap, how many does this guy order? Four. It seems like more than four. Fuck. There's 20. 1, 2. $15, 17, 20. Okay, it's all here. What did you say this would have weighed? This thing's got like 20 labels on it, and none of them say the shipping weight. Oh, 4 pounds. What's that? Yeah, this is definitely a lazy Thursday. Wait, what? YouTube, no more money for gun channels. Oh, are they demonetizing everybody? Let's find out. Wait, what?
Oh, shit.
Hmm. Oh, there it is. All right. So he's been mass demonetized, I think is what he's saying. Well, let me look at my video list and see if that happened to me, even though I'm itty bitty right now. Yeah, see, I'm still too small. I'm still little fish, so mine's still all green. I'm like super little fish. I'm not even fry yet. This one. Hmm. See, and the really annoying thing is they don't even have to tell you they're doing it or not doing it because it's like it's our service. We can do whatever we want. You choose to be here, which is really irritating. Well, I guess either gun channels or full 30 are going to have to pick up the torch soon. Yeah, so
Did it
35
just
Remington is just as big as 444 Marlin, top to bottom. What were you asking?
Did they just demonetize him, or did they
Um,
clear out his videos?
let's see. His post about the demonetizing started yesterday. I think. Let me look. No, half an hour ago. Yeah, half an hour ago. I guess he was checking his channel and all of a sudden he realized there was no commercials coming up. Um, all I did was I went to the My Channel section and then I looked at my videos and I was just looking for the little green logo. And it's like all mine are there, but it's just because my channel is itty bitty, you know, like I don't even register probably for most of the search engines and metas and shit. So people like me won't get caught for probably another, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers.
Well, I don't give a shit one way or another because I ain't making no money.
No, he's not constantly doing these repair videos, Clay. I think what it was is he was illustrating that you can save massive amounts of money doing it yourself. Twos are in the same place where he's posting his other videos that have just been demonetized. Like, I think the do-it-yourselfer these days has no clue how to fix. And I did it. I learned it before even YouTube was a thing, you know? Like I was changing drum brakes on Dana 60s on my Jeep right out of high school, and YouTube, fuck, the internet wasn't even around yet, like back in 97. So, I mean, it was around, but it was in its infancy. And the way I did it was I put my Jeep on jack stands and I yanked the wheels off, both wheels. I yanked the drum off of one side, I yanked it off the other side, and I just kept walking back and forth. I would take apart one side, and then when I needed to put it back together, I'd walk over to the other side and just look at the other side. And that's how I did the drum brakes the first time. You know, it's like, oh, okay, so that's how this works. And I mean, I went in straight to the deep end, you know, I didn't do it on like a little fucking Chevy 10-bolt rear or some shit. I did it on a fucking Dana 60 with 13-inch drum brakes. It's like everything was huge.
Still, basically the same damn job.
Exactly.
In the foreign cars.
As a matter of fact, it might have actually been easier doing it on the 60 first because everything was so big that everything was easy to see and easy to grab and easy to move and manipulate. So that's how I learned, you know.
I could probably swap out a set of freaking drum brakes in less than an hour now.
I don't have a single car with drums on it anymore.
My Suburban's got drums on the back. But
like even my old 86 BMW has discs in the back.
I've probably done it 10,000 times.
I don't miss them. I had a 68 Chevelle SS396, and it had, when I first got it, it had four-wheel drum brakes. The master cylinder, brake booster, and proportioning valve out of a 73 Camaro. And then I had power drum brakes. And you want to talk about a difference. And then I took the drum brakes off the front end and I put the disc brake setup from a 79 Camaro in there on the original, on the replaced master cylinder and proportioning valve. I got a disc brake 10-bolt, and I had flanges welded on it that came off of a 96 or 95 Camaro, and that had disc brakes in the back too. So then I had to change the master cylinder again. But I mean, I basically declared war on drums at that point. I'm like, I'm not doing drums ever again.
Oh, I don't mind drum brakes as long as they
work,
function properly.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, most trailers out there
are drum.
You what?
Shock brakes?
No, most of them are drum.
No, I
Electric
know, but
drum.
oh, electric. Okay. Yeah, I think it makes sense on a trailer because the grab is more. Well, first of all, the grab's more evenly distributed, but also it's a little gentler on application. So when you're heavy weight or something, lock up a wheel and flip over your trailer and then flip over your truck or whatever. So I mean that makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, it's cost. It's so easy to do electric drum brakes, electric disc brakes. You have to put the master cylinder and hydraulic lines on it, and it generally is activated. It's an electric hydraulic unit, is what it is, so that the electric brake control can still activate it.
Yeah.
And that
You
thing's
see, I'm not so convinced it's
$300.
cheaper anymore though, because it's getting to the point now where it's more expensive just to make all the little springs and pins and retainers because almost nothing else uses them. You know what I mean? It's like they have become the niche market where they used to be the standard.
The drum brake kit for a trailer to put it on for a 3,500 pound axle, which is your like car hauler utility trailer thing, is about $100 a wheel.
That's not bad.
Disc brakes, you're probably looking at 200 a wheel or more, plus the $800 for the electric master cylinder, we'll call it. I've done a few disc brake conversions for guys that are so sold on them that they're willing to spend that kind of money, but it is absolutely not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're set up for like your vehicle has a setup for, say, vacuum over hydraulic or something like that, the disc brakes work really well with that. But that's another, Jesus Christ, that's really expensive. That's several $1,000s in kit for the truck and trailer both.
Man, I wonder what happened to lunch strike.
I don't know. Buffet at the Western Sizzler?
No. Maybe he got to be part of Nikki Haley's security detail in New York. Yeah, I don't get it, man. I come to work, I start coughing. I think it's something in the air. I took my allergy pills though. And, they don't seem to be working for shit against this. So then I thought I was getting an upper respiratory infection like I usually get after a flu. And it's not going away. But when I get in my car, I'm fine. When I get home, I'm fine. My dad's like, "You're getting allergic to your work." He's like, "You're getting allergic to working."
I'll tell you what, since I got to where I can't work, I haven't got the flu or the cold or a cold that I can think of at all.
No. Like every time I take these trips, it's usually during long weekends or like back in the day, it was when I was actually just between a job or something. But I've been here now for 14 years, and I don't think I've taken a single vacation since I started working here. Not one. Like I'll just take a long weekend or something and just tell them I'm going to take an extra day or whatever. But like if I have a 3 or 4 day weekend coming up for Thanksgiving or whatnot, and I'll say, look, I'm going to take a day off early so I can get ready, and then I'll be back a day late, and I'll just drive to wherever I'm going.
I think we're gonna haul ass and go down to Missouri again this weekend, just to get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here. Either that or gonna go to a campground somewhere.
Astronaut and Senator John Glenn is buried at Arlington. Watch it live. Didn't he die like a while ago?
Yeah, it's been hell a month.
Since December 8th.
Oh hell, it's been months.
It's been 4 months, and they're finally burying him. Do I even want to know why?
What the hell did they do? Dissect him for a whole bunch of core samples or what?
Yeah, we want to know the long-term effects of aging on a body that's been in space. I hope I'm wrong about that.
I do too, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Ben McCormack has been arrested and charged over what? Arrested and charged for child pornography. I didn't even know A Current Affair was still on TV. I thought Mari Povich, or I thought that left with, yeah, that was Mari Povich, right?
Hell, I know. I didn't hardly ever watch shit like that.
That's just weird. No, 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 not this one. This one. Shit. That's fucked up.
Florida prepares to apologize for horrors at boys' school. Okay. What the fuck is the point?
Mm-hmm. Memorial service for the chief deputy that killed himself. Wait, is this the guy that killed himself? Or is this the guy that was ambushed? Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, he was the guy that was ambushed with that picture I showed yesterday with the Tahoe like splattered in blood or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're having his funeral today. So that did happen locally.
I see an article where they're posting everything they know about the Dodge Challenger Hellcat. I'm like, these motherfuckers can find out who called who in Russia, but they can't tell you about a fucking car.
Wait, are you talking about the Hellcat or the Hellcat Demon?
The hot one.
The Demon. Okay. Yeah, Dodge is holding their cards real close on that one because they're withholding details until release day.
Yeah, but it's not like that, you know, we don't have the ability to find out shit.
Oh yeah, I mean they're doing this for those kinds of people out there that like to decipher the messages.
Yeah.
That part's actually kind of cool.
It's kind of like that whole kiss and their makeup bullshit.
Yeah.
That whole mystique. They said shit. They were photographed thousands and thousands of times without their makeup, but the press went along with not posting it just because they asked them to.
Oh, the Mormons were founded today in Utica, New York. Oh, I wonder what number this is. I don't even recognize it. And it's gone. I bet I know what it is now. Oh, U.S. Postal. Watch him say, "We can't deliver your package of bullets." Today in 1909, this destination was reached by modern man for the first time. I'm gonna say this.
North Pole or South Pole.
South Pole. 1965, the U.S. launched a communications satellite. What was it called? I believe that was called Telstar. Nope. Really? Early Bird. I fell for Telstar because I recognize the name. In 1984, which shuttle became the first to retrieve, repair, and relaunch a satellite while in orbit? Challenger, obviously. 1896, the first modern Olympics began in this city. Athens, naturally. 1931, this comic strip character came to life on the NBC Blue network.
Mickey Mouse.
It's not even an option. I'm gonna go with Fritz the Cat. Oh, I was wrong. Little Orphan Annie. Damn. So I missed 2. Your result? An idiot. Sweet. You failed.
Excellent.
Weak. Jared Kushner.
They're trying to bring back the Barracuda to replace the Viper.
Oh.
They should leave the flipping Viper and restore it to what it originally was.
No, what it was a overpriced, under-engineered turd. That's why the Hellcat can blow the doors off of it.
No, I'm talking about the great big huge horsepower and nothing else.
Well, you got to remember the Hellcat motor puts out more horsepower than the Viper V10 does, stock for stock. And the Demon's supposed to put out. I know, and the Demon's supposed to put out what, 1,000 or 1,200 or 1,100 horsepower, something like that. They have to retool that V10 to modern standards and efficiency, and then just maybe they can compete. SRT Barracuda will replace the SRT Challenger. I don't think so. That's old news. Yeah, these are all old news. See, and the thing is they brought back the Barracuda. It's too much like the current Challenger. Like the body shape, it's too similar. I'm not saying I wouldn't like it. It's just I think they're too similar. They're two of the same coin almost. I want them to bring back the Fury.
That depends on.
Oh, the fastback with the glass?
Yeah.
I guess that'd be cool. Not sure how well it would sell, but I mean, yeah, I'd like it.
You have to specify which Daytona because there was a god awful version of it in the 80s.
You talking about that Mitsubishi one?
Yep.
What the hell is this? God,
They need to bring back the GTX.
that was huge though. Like the satellite Sebrings and stuff.
Automobile. the GTX would be a good choice. Another great smoke producer.
That's why I want the Fury back. I want something with fins, damn it. Fuck it. Build it. Make it. Their concept Barracuda looks like ass.
It's like bringing back the Charger as a four-door sedan. That's almost sacrilege, you dumb bastards.
I didn't like that idea at all. I understand why they did it, but I don't have to like it. Matter of fact, when that car first came out at the Detroit Auto Show, I photoshopped a picture of it with 2 doors, put it on the internet, and like everyone was like, "Oh my God, they're bringing back the coupe." I'm like, no, I photoshopped that.
Hell, if they want to bring back something fun, bring back a Roadrunner.
Ooh, I'd be cool with like a Coronet. Yeah, that's a big car though. Someone, if they brought that back, then the next person's gonna be like, bring back the Chrysler Newport. Or better yet, you know what they really need to bring back? The Imperial. Their flagship that's got everything on it. All the chilies.
What they really need to bring back is a fucking Ram Charger.
They tried and it failed. That's what the Durango is now these days. It's bloated and gigantic. And they got rid of that. Now it's got, what do they call it, the Citadel? Or that's just a package, but
No, I mean take
maybe.
a full-size 1-ton Ram, four-wheel drive with the diesel, and make it a freaking basically a Ford Bronco or a Chevrolet Blazer.
They might do that in response to the 2020 Bronco. I guess I could see that. Yeah, they fucked up the Dart. That's for sure. It's like everyone has a screw up car. Mopar did it with the Dart. Chevrolet did it with the Cobalt, which was just basically a Cavalier on steroids. Oh, Smeggy's here. Let me get you a link.
AMC's real fucked up car killed them, and that's the Pacer.
I like the Pacer. Actually, my favorite AMC is the Matador and the Marlin. Yeah, there was a Marlin.
Oh hell no! My favorite AMC is a Gremlin.
It's got its charm, but I like the Marlin. It was basically the response to the Challenger, or no, sorry, it was the response to the '60s Barracuda. I heard a rumor a long time ago that GM was going to bring back the Duesenberg nameplate to make like ultra luxury cars, sort of like their version of Maybach, but nothing ever became of it. It's a shame. Or was it Chrysler that was going to do it? One of those two. They were actually musing on about it. And I'm like, yeah, you should do it. America should have a flagship Luxo barge again. Just make sure it doesn't drive like a boat. People like the feel of the road and the steering wheel. Tony just got NSA'd. Yeah, I always told myself if I could find an AMC Marlin, I'd buy it. I'd so have it. It's got like so many cues from other cars, it just makes it quirky and interesting. And I think back then they used they used their own 327 back then. Or was that a Buick engine? It's been such a long time since I did any AMC history. Huge car, pathetically tiny trunk. You can get it with a 4-speed manual. That's what made it awesome. I'm pretty sure that was an AMC original engine. By the third generation, they went to 343s. That's just a weird oddball size. Yep, I think one of those would be really nice. So was it first generation? That's the one I'm looking for. Yeah, first generation. 65 or 66, or the 66 model. I wouldn't have the 327 though. I'd get the 401 V8 from the later 70s. Torque Flight 727 or 4-speed manual. That'd be awesome. With a Dana 60 rear. Woohoo! That's like the go-to. What was that other one? It's like the Fostech Origin 12, I think it's called. Yeah, that one. Fostech Origin 12. That thing is a badass. First name better be Sheikh. Last name Bin Laden Oil Baron. Oh, that's what's going on. My freaking browser is about to melt down. There you are. Yeah, I gotta restart the tab for Gunchannels. It's already up over 1.5 gigs of memory leak.
Yeah, I just got the freaking snap. Chrome ran out of memory.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days. For any of you who experience slowdowns or just weird behavior in your browser today on Gunchannels, let me show you how to get around that. Screen share real quick. All right, so here's Gunchannels, right? And what you want to do is if you get some strange behaviors, like tabs crashing or just odd behavior, what's worked for me so far is I just open this chat tabs window and I close this window so there's no chat tab here and then minimize it. and that usually solves the problem. Like if I ever have a day where I have a memory leak, I just close that and you're good to go. That's your lesson of the day.
Why, thank you.
And then just keep an eye on it from time to time and you should be okay. I mean, it's an inconvenience, but ever since we got this new system, G's been working on the quirks and kinks. Like, I think the emoticons are still broken. You can see them on the list, but if you use most of them, they don't work. I think this one works. Yeah, that one works. But a lot of them don't work. Not sure what the deal is. Maybe it's a scaling issue or something. Anyway. On to the next return. Let's see what I have here. Let's see if they followed the instructions properly. Got stuff. Yes, they did. Very good. So Ashley wanted to know what the best or what are suggestions for a magazine-fed shotgun. Angry suggested the Sega 12. I would have suggested the Fostech Origin 12, but they're really expensive. If you want a semi-auto with a decent capacity, well, I guess maybe that wouldn't be then. I don't know. Still can't go wrong with a Benelli M4 or an M3. We've got an M3. Let me check. I haven't looked lately, but let's see. Oh.
I have no idea because I don't
$2,900.
even I don't even look at newer shotguns. Don't care.
$2,900. I think you can buy what, 8 or 9 Segas for that? Maybe not that many. You can probably buy like 5 Segas for that. Oh great, I gotta get my ass chewed. Hang on a sec.
Hell, I could probably buy 20 Model 67 Stevens or Savage or Springfield or JCPenney. No, nobody's talking. Sean had to take a phone call, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't really the ass chewing I thought it was going to be. So we've hit the lunch channels hour. Oh, God. I'm going to sit on this request. I think that's the guy who said he wanted to return it for a refund anyway. Teddy bear gun ad. That's the second time I've heard about that.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid shit from Illinois Gun Control Group.
I probably wouldn't see that down here in Texas then unless it was a national ad.
Saying that toys are more regulated than guns. Yeah. Of course they are.
Yeah, I can buy a gun. I can buy a Glock easier than I can buy a book, apparently. Now, if I wanted to buy a book on Glock, that must just fall out of the sky just by thinking about it, right?
You can order a book through the fucking mail and they'll bring it to your house.
Amazon. To answer your question, yes, I have fired a gun rifle calibered in 6.5 Grendel. I built one, actually. It had a 20-inch barrel. I got it from Radical Firearms. I think I paid just a little over $550 for the upper, and I liked it. It was good. It was accurate. It was good to long. I think I was only 350 yards. I think that was about as far as I can stretch out to, and I fired like an inch and a half group, and that was like my first time ever shooting it. So it's not bad. I'm sure if I got patient with it and dialed it in and shot it every weekend or whatever, I could probably do better. But yeah, I liked it. I'd recommend it to anybody who wants to reach out and touch someone caliber for an AR platform. The next one I build though is going to be a 24-inch barrel because I just want that little last oomph of pressure behind it. Yeah, it fed just fine. The reason I built it was because I had this fantasy of building a really good lower with a decently heavy buffer, and I wanted three calibers. I wanted to run three calibers in it: 5.56, 6.5 Grendel, 50 Beowulf, because they all use the same magazine. So essentially, what I did was I had 4 magazines for each upper, and each one had a different color banding around it, and then that way I could just grab and stick them in there. But if I knew I was going to go, out shooting all weekend on one caliber, then I would just take all the bands off and load only that caliber in all my magazines, and then take just that upper with me. But yeah, it fed fine, it shot fine, it cycled fine, everything was fine. I didn't have to tune it or anything, it just worked. I hand loaded it, so I mean, your price may vary, but I mean, at first what I did was I just jumped on AmmoSeek and I just bought what I saw there. But they can be pricey. Let's take a look and see what today's prices are. I sold the gun in the 5.56 and the, or I sold the gun with all the uppers not too long ago, actually. I got an offer I couldn't refuse. I made almost twice what I put into it back out of it. Okay, you're looking at, no way. Well, if you get it in steel, you can get it for $4.55 a box of 20. Apparently, Outdoor Unlimited's got it, and then SGM's got it for $5 a box of 20. That's steel case. If you want brass, it's gonna get a little pricier, obviously. 1737 for Hornady 8152s with brass. 1745 a box of 20. But they're not terrible. I mean, that's about what 3030 costs. Essentially, what you want to do is, if you really want to do that round, do what I did. Build it, buy like 2 or 3 boxes of factory ammo, and then shoot like 1 box on a weekend, just 1 box of 20, and just sort of burn that memory of how it felt in your mind, on your shoulder and everything, and then buy a shit ton of Starline brass and hand load your own, and just tune your loading until you get that same feeling. So like, get out your like Lyman book or something, right? Load 6.5 Grendel, pick like 5 or 6 different loadings with the same powder, and of different powder measure weights, and then mark them in a box. Take it to the range, fire 1 line of that, or fire 1 line of factory ammo, then fire 1 line of your reloads, then fire another line of factory ammo, fire the next step of your reload until you find the one that feels the same. And then once you remember once you figure out which one that is, just hand load that if you like that feel. Or if you want it stronger, if you want it like lighter, then you just pick the one that you made. That's what I usually do when I get a new rifle. I make like 5 different loadings, and then I just sort of compare it to a factory ammo. But then I start comparing it to how did it group at certain distances, how was the recoil management, how did the powder burn, how easy was the case to extract, things like that. Because I tend not to overpressure my rounds unless they're like, hunting rounds type of a thing or dangerous game rounds. But like most of my 6.5 Grendels, I called it accurate plinking rounds. So they weren't overpowered by any stretch, but they were decent. Like, ask Jimmy about my 45 Colt loads, and he'll tell you, he was like, they were soft and easy to shoot. They were enjoyable, but he was like, I'm ready for Gusta. And I don't think he's still shot the blue pill yet, but I know G did. G shot the blue pill. If Jimmy likes it, then I'll send him the recipe for it. The blue pill recipe is awesome. It scares me. Like, I give that round a healthy respect. Oh, let me get this. It's the guy I referred the customer to. Damn, I got popular all of a sudden. My phone blew up. My personal phone blew up. My Obama phone blew up. Shit. You should be talking about my Obama phone. $50 Beowulf. How does it kick? How can I describe how 50 Beowulf in an AR platform kicks? Not nearly as severe. Not even really as severe as a 2 3/4 inch shotgun shell. Not even that bad. Like, not even that bad. If that's any measurement for you. Since you mentioned shotguns, I thought I would use that as a measuring stick. I'm still coming in, right? I want to make sure I'm freaking muted. That would piss me off. Just dump this. Yeah. Sorry if that was loud. I've seen it. Oh wait, I don't have to type it. I can just tell you. I have seen it in an AR pistol. I have seen it in a fully automatic AR SBR. It was glorious. I saw it and I was like, I must have that in my life. Thankfully, it only holds 6 rounds, or I think it was 6 rounds, maybe 7. I think it was 7 rounds in a 30 rounder. So, you know, even at full auto, as long as you can control that half a second of burst, no camel will survive that.
Did we go silent again?
No, maybe, I don't know. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
I just had to step outside and deal with dog business.
It's not my fault Gunchannels is slow today. I started off with a bang.
They found one of my dogs.
Wait, like, safe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which doesn't bode well for the other one because they do not separate.
We'll just ask the first one where the second one went.
Yeah.
You know, I say that jokingly, right? But it's kind of sad because I'm down to 1 schnauzer, and the one I've got left. For the first couple of weeks, I would ask him, I'm like, "Where's your buddy? Where's your buddy?" And he would run to every spot in the house where he knew he could find him, and he's not there. So I quit doing that because my dad's like, "You're really fucking with these emotions," and I'm like, all right, I'll stop.
Well, I just put this mutt up for adoption.
Yeah.
I can't physically deal with this shit. No, they didn't come back. Animal control got it.
Well, what kind of dogs you raising these days?
I ain't raising any. They were just a couple of mixed mutts.
Heinz 57 that my dad would call them.
Half collie, half God only knows what. I suspect that by only one of them being found, that the other one got killed by coyotes.
Is that a problem in your area?
Oh, yeah. We have lots of coyotes.
Matter of fact, I'm looking at msrh.org if you're in the Houston area. That's where I've adopted all my schnauzers. Oh, this one's 4.
I ain't getting another dog. I didn't want these. I told the old lady last night that if they don't come back, we're not going to have another dog because I can't take care of it. And nobody else. Well, the old lady works. And when she comes home, she's absolutely exhausted, so she ain't got freaking time. And the daughter, she's not going to be here a whole hell of a lot longer, so
Mhm.
I don't want to have a dog here that is just here and doesn't get any attention or anything.
Yeah, you need something like, if you were to have any other pets, you would probably prefer something like a lap dog type dog, something like a.
Yeah, and the animal control lady said that the lady that found the dog initially asked about adopting it. And I'm like, if she wants the dog, that's fine by me. And I got to explain that one to the old lady when she gets home, but fuck it.
I have such a hard time looking at these listings, especially the ones that are like 10 years old. You know they're not going to get adopted.
Yeah.
I mean, the really cool thing about the place I'm looking at, they're foster homes. So like the people who take care of them are the ones that have to give them to you when you adopt them. So I mean, they're in a home. You know, these people go out and check all the shelters all over the state of Texas, and they adopt them for themselves, and then they put them up for adoption on their website. So.
Yeah, I get it. I did bloodhound rescue for a while back when I had a huge yard.
It takes a special kind of person to do that, especially when you have to give them up all the time for adoption.
I never had anybody ever come and get one. People don't understand. A bloodhound ain't like you see on TV where they lay on the porch sleep all damn day.
They're an active dog.
Yes, they are. And they are pretty stubborn once they get the idea they want to track something, which is why they're so damn good at it.
That's because they're stubborn. They're completionists. That's like inherent to the breed.
That's why I used to like to cross them with coon dogs, because you get one that instinctually wants to track that varmint or a coon or that type of animal, and it is good at it up to a point. Sometimes they'll be so cold nosed they'll track coons that have been there days beforehand, and you'll spend a long time in the woods for nothing.
Yeah, my buddy Jeff actually, he just got out of the Army. I talked to him. He's over from Fort Campbell, and I was telling him after my dog got put down, I was like, yeah, I think if I'm gonna do a Schnauzer ever again, I was like, I'd like to have a huge one this time. I've always done minis, and I'm like, I think I'd like to have a giant one just because they're rare. And he sent me a link to two brothers in Arizona. They're both 2 years old, and it's $450 for both of them. And I'm like, oh my god, because the one I just put down, I spent $450 just for him, and now I can have two giants for $450. I was like, oh god, I got to make a road trip out to Arizona, bring home two dogs that are 90 pounds apiece.
You can fly them in.
Now I would want to go pick them up just for the trip. I like driving. I like freaking roadside diners. So the food don't agree with me right now, but I'll tough it out.
I got to remind you that the cost of dog food on a pair of 90-pound dogs will add up.
Oh yeah. Old Roy by the fucking dump truck full.
No shit.
Now, I used to have to feed my neighbor's Rottweilers every summer when he'd go on vacation. And there was 3 30-gallon garbage cans in the garage. 3 full. And he's like, we're going to be gone for 2 weeks. I'm like, okay. And he's like, trust me, you're going to need all of this. I'm like, what? He's like, you're going to need all of this. He's like, you have to come and fill their water bowls like 6 times a day. The water bowl was 10 gallons.
There was a time when I was raising hounds, and I had a couple of male hounds that I hunted with, and then I had 5 females. And god damn, the dog food was just insane. God, I was going through like 35 pounds a day. And it never dawned on me because me and the old lady were both making money and we would go get it as we needed it. So I never really put together how much there was going out in dog food because I didn't feed him. She did. And then I had a cousin come and help. And we did that for a couple years. And I never made a fucking nickel. I didn't even cover half the freaking cost of the dog food, let alone the cost of the freaking dogs. And I about killed myself trying to run these damn dogs to get them broke. And I just had to finally get rid of them. And I took them to a organized dog trial event and basically just offer them up for next to nothing for anybody who wanted one.
And I found another Schnauzer rescue in Texas. It covers the whole state, though. Adoption fees are. Whew. Whew.
Yeah, they want to make sure you're serious.
That's what really pisses me off about those pygmy pigs, like May has from CN Arsenal. It's like in Texas, if I wanted to adopt one of those miniature pigs, because I'm open to the idea because I know they're very smart, they're very clean. You know, you can housebreak them, they're intelligent, they pair well with other dogs, so it's not a big deal. But they're kind of unique and interesting. So I was looking into adopting one, and they want $1,300 for it.
You better not, because when you get cut off of bacon permanently, you're gonna look at that poor thing and think sandwich.
I ain't like that. But I look, you know, I'm like $1,300. You know, I was like, do you know how much meat, you know, how much pork I can buy for $1,300? And they're like, that's why we raise it. That's why we have the fee so high, because we don't want people to raise their dinner. And I'm like, the fact that I'm calling you to adopt a pet should signify to you that I'm not in the market to eat it, you idiots.
Right, yeah. Why would you spend...
I could go to a farm and buy a pig if I wanted to slaughter it myself, you know?
No shit, yeah. And you could probably buy it for less than half that.
Yeah. I'm just like, I don't get their line of thinking.
Well, like I said, the only thing I can think of is to make sure you're serious.
Yeah.
Sausage.
Sausage. That is awesome.
Angry's on a fucking roll today.
I was going to call him Orson because I used to watch Garfield and Friends when I was a little kid, and they had a cartoon pig on there. I just call him Orson. If it's a female, then I'll call it Rosie.
Yeah. If I had a hog, I'd call him Bacon. That's where he's going. Maybe Smokey.
Man, I don't get it. Like this place, I didn't look up miniatures. I just looked up Schnauzer Rescue, and they're all minis. It's like, you know, there's a breed that's in between the giant and the mini. I'm like, I wouldn't mind having one of those. They're about 50 pounds.
I don't know, man. I'm just so fucking tired of the bullshit with the dogs that I really didn't want in the first place. But my wife came at me with this. These kids need a dog.
Oh, I know this one.
Then she comes back with, well, these dogs are inseparable, so we got to take both of them. Which was actually true. They were. inseparable.
This thing's only got 3 legs. I just noticed that this dog's got 3 legs. It's got no leg past the shoulder on the right side. Holy shit.
No nuts, one eye, named Lucky.
Yeah. That's the other thing that bothers me about rescues. It's like, do you have to neuter all of them? Like the one I've got now, he was like fucking dog show material. I mean, he still looks like dog show material at almost 8 years old. And I'm like, and he was fixed too early too. Like they desacked him.
Well, I'm sure that that's part of the deal if you're tied in with some of these national rescue organizations, because that's their policy.
I don't agree with it, but I mean, it doesn't disqualify them from.
That was one of the arguments that I had with the National Bloodhound Rescue, is that I would not neuter or spay. Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's like they're hard enough to find in good breed.
And the first one I got was spayed when I got her. And after that, I never got a female. I mean, somebody had spayed her as a pet.
Yeah.
It was long done. But, when we did it, when I was doing the Bloodhound Rescue, we would have to go and pick the dog up at the place where the people wanted to give it away. So, the actual Bloodhound Rescue organization was never really involved.
Mm-hmm.
Just as aside from being the place that facilitated stuff. But that's, one of their policies was to spay and neuter. And I'm like, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, I've only had one female ever. It was a Silky Terrier, an Australian breed. Basically like a Yorkie, but all brown instead of black and brown. I mean, she was cool. She was a real bitch to my friends, though. Like, I had this one friend that lived right down the street. I still talk to him. He's actually one of the only people I still talk to from my childhood. But he's half black and half British. And every time he would show up to the house, man, that dog wanted to kill him. I mean, she only weighed all of about 7 pounds, but like she would stick her teeth out and her gums would turn purple. Like she would constrict her jaws back that much to make her gums turn purple and her tongue would turn purple. And she was just like at him every time he came to the door. And he's like, "What's up with your fucking dog?" I was like, "I think she might be racist." And she's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "When my uncle and his kids come over, she never does this." I was like, "I can't explain it." And she goes, "You raised a fucking racist dog." And I'm like, "Dude, I adopted a dog."
He don't like Britishers.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I was like, maybe he just doesn't like Britons. He's like, "That's not what I mean." I'm like, "Neither do I." It's cool. He actually mentions that dog every once in a while when we go out to eat. It's like every once in a while I'll hit him up on text and I'm like, "Hey, ain't seen you in about a year. Let's go eat sushi. Get hammered." He's like, "Yeah, let's do it." And he'd be like, "Remember that fucking dog you had that always tried to kill me?" He's like, "Was that dog part of the clan?"
That's right. What kind of dog was it?
She was a Silky Terrier.
The Grand
Pretty
Silky
dog.
Terrier.
Yeah, she was a pretty dog. My mom loved her. That's the first dog that I ever had naturally die, and it happened in my bedroom, and it was creepy, man. Like I couldn't sleep in my room for a month. I slept on the couch for a month because I just couldn't go in there, thinking I was like, the way I found her was, we were gonna put her down the day after anyway because she had like everything going wrong, and she was just laying on the couch. Her eyes were all big and glistening and shit because they hopped her up on like painkillers and shit. And I told my mom, I was like, "I'm gonna go ahead and let her go to bed," because we were watching boxing late at night, and she doesn't like the TV on. So I was like, "I'm gonna go ahead and take her to bed." So I picked her up and I brought her to my room. I put her down, and came back out and watched boxing for like 2 hours. And after it was done, my mom went to bed. I walked into my bedroom and I couldn't find the ceiling fan chain to hit the lights. And all of a sudden I felt like fur on my toes. And I'm like, oh, okay, she's right here. But she was cold. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then when I finally reached for the light, she was laying there with her mouth open. I was like, oh, fuck. It's fucking creepy. It's like the day before we were going to do it, you know, the humane way. She just did it on her own. I was like, that sucks. It's the only dog I buried, too. Actually, my dad buried it. I couldn't be anywhere near. I was like too freaked out about it. I was Gersh Kuntzman. I had PTSD.
I was, or shit, I have buried a couple. Then I found out you could have them cremated for $100.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm so weird about that. It's like, if I bury them, they're there. They're a whole dog. They're in there. I can go visit anytime I want. But when I cremate them, I basically, I burn everything, you know, and that irks me a little bit. But they're home and in the house. You know, I got their picture and their leash and their collar and everything, or I put the urn or whatever. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about how I feel about either one, but the urn thing is definitely more sanitary in my mind because I never want to accidentally dig up something in my backyard. So I'm like, no, the urn method's fine with me for this one.
Yeah, I didn't ever care for burying one.
All right, so it looks like the Republicans will, yeah, they're going nuclear. Sweet. Put an
They
end to
should have
this
just
shit.
did that before the whole filibuster thing, just as a kind of a fuck you to the Democrats.
They wanted to make absolutely sure that they didn't want to use it unless they absolutely had to. They wanted to make sure that, you know, maybe they could change the minds of some Democrats, and they're not. I'm reading these comments on Yahoo News, and they're all yelling at Republicans, and like the responses to those people are hilarious. They were like, "You do realize the dipshit before him did the same thing, right?" And all of a sudden,
Right.
they get all quiet.
That doesn't count.
Do as we say, not as we do. Oh well.
Yes, like you do realize that your side is the one that put in this nuclear rule in the first place, idiots.
All right, so what the fuck did Bill O'Reilly do that he's getting shit on? I guess I should find out because the story's not going away.
Sexual harassment
He did it?
is what they say.
So it wasn't the CEO of Fox this time. Let's take a look. O'Reilly has yet to comment on it.
Well, this day and age, there isn't a man alive today who's not
A target.
gay that hasn't committed what they consider sexual harassment.
See, I've got a friend who actually, I like his approach. He's married, so he doesn't have to worry about these kinds of things. But pretty much any other woman he confronts, he's a total asshole to. That way there's no possibility for sexual harassment. He'll tell them to go fuck themselves or go take a long walk off a short pier or whatever. And I'm like, you must be really popular with her family. He's like, no, family's different. He was like, just out in public, you know, if there's other women around. He was like, I don't give a fuck. I was like, he's like, I just tell it like it is.
Yep.
Well, I guess his career's over then. They'll demand his resignation or some bullshit.
Oh, hell, Maxine Waters says he should be in jail.
Right, I saw that. Actually, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I found some interesting reading this morning. For instance, shit, I forgot her name. See, that's how little she actually means to me. See if I can find it again. It's probably in my sent box. Oh, good. Congratulations, your payment has posted. Good. Now you can charge me an assload of interest. ABC News executive producer Ian Cameron is married to Susan Rice, former national security advisor. CBS President
Well.
David Rhodes is the brother of Ben Rhodes, Obama's deputy security national advisor for strategic communications. ABC News and Univision reporter Matthew Jaffe is married to Katie Hogan, Obama's deputy press secretary. ABC President Ben Sherwood is the brother of Obama's special advisor Elizabeth Sherwood. CNN President Virginia Mosley is married to former Hillary Clinton's deputy secretary Tom Needs. White House press secretary Jar Carney's wife is Claire Shipman, the senior national correspondent for ABC News and Good Morning America. Tell me this isn't fucking bullshit.
That is an interesting bit of tidbit.
Uh-huh. These weren't random appointments.
No shit. They were payment.
These were calculated moves. They always are. Anyway. Been trying hard not to talk politics because it gets my heart rate up. Every time I talk politics, my dad's like, "You're not going to make 50 if you keep talking about politics." I'm like, "Well, somebody's got to."
Yeah, you can. You get that stamp put in, you'll be good for a couple years.
All right, so this is here. It shows in device manager, Windows management, but it won't read anything. Okay, this might be a legitimate problem. This is the part of my job I actually don't mind. It's like technology forensics, basically. People are like, "I got this, it doesn't work. I've tried this and this and this and this." Let's figure out if it's true or not. Oh, shit. Gotta get the hell out of work today, man. I'm gonna turn into the next Britt Murphy. There's probably like black mold in my building that I'm not even aware of. Something crazy. Okay. Guessing let's go test all that shit. I can't stop coughing this morning. Sorry, it's a little noisy.
I'm used to it. You're always freaking noisy.
I'm working and working. Plugging things into the wrong places. Square pegs and round holes. Let's see what I have here. Well, let's see. Today's Thursday, so I guess I can touch up on what's on Gunchannels today, since it is the middle of the day. Looks like we're looking at... I don't think this is a Yankee week. So I think the only thing on tonight's what? Gun News Daily, for Weekly with Tack Daddy and the AK-47 Guru podcast. I think that's it.
Daily Gun Show.
Oh, sorry. I got that. Let me redo that then. Daily Gun Show, followed by Gun News Weekly, followed by the AK-47 Guru podcast. Okay.
I can tell that today is probably going to be a nap day.
Yeah, it's one of them days. Wish I could do it.
I got up early,
Yeah, me
too
too.
early for going to bed at 2:30.
I beat the alarm by an hour and a half, so. And I think this is one of those days where my boss takes off. He already took off like an hour ago, but he won't be back till just about when I close. So.
Yeah, he's got to make sure you stayed the whole day.
No, I call it we jokingly call it the hot date with men day, because a couple of his friends, one's a lawyer, one's another business owner, like what we've got, but just a different thing. Oh yeah, so good. And I forgot who the fourth guy was, but they all get together and have lunch at some fancy ass place every Thursday. They all brag about how much money they're making and how much they're not paying us, essentially. I can't be too harsh on him, though. He did give me a raise this month, or last month, so.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's just he only gave me half of what I asked for. That's annoying.
Certainly beats kicking the ass.
Well, I mean, I told him how much I needed to make extra for my medical insurance, and I was like, that money's got to come from somewhere, you know. So he met me halfway, and that's more than I could have asked for, honestly. I went all out. I went all in, I guess, and he met me halfway. So I just have to figure out creative ways to come up with the rest of it every month, like what I shouldn't buy and what I shouldn't spend. This month was a little different because I had a lot of extra hours in March. So like I had about $200 extra to play with, which is why I bought all the shit for the 30/30. But now all the rest goes to bills. That sucks.
Yep, that's where I'm at. Paying bills now.
I mean, on the plus side, at least I don't have to worry about mortgage or anything. I paid off my house a long time ago. It's just, I keep looking at my folks going shopping, and they keep buying all this stuff, and like there's less and less room in my house. So I keep telling my mom, I'm like, look, I'm going to need a bigger place, obviously, if you're going to keep filling it with all this stuff. So if I do that, I'll sell it for what I can get out of it, and then I'm going to have her finance the rest. It's the least she can do. She's going to stay there. If I got to take care of them the whole time, like at least chip in the difference or whatever.
I just have pole building put up.
There's got to be something in my shop making me cough like this. It's really weird. It feels exactly like an upper respiratory infection, like I'm slightly drowning. And that's annoying all the time. As soon as I leave here, I'll be fine. That's the craziest part. Like I go home thinking, take 2 antibiotics, call it a day, just wait for it to really start to take effect, it'll be fine. But when I get in the car, it's like the coughing goes away. And then I forget to take the antibiotics because it's like, obviously that's not what I'm having an issue with. Well, that better be the damn mailman. This fucking UPS guy. Shit. Shit.
Well, I really ain't looking at anything coming in, so hey.
Yeah. You're off the hook. Everything you needed got there.
Yeah, the bullets finally got here. The scale got here yesterday too, which was really quick.
Mm-hmm. Did you get it out of Midway?
No, I went through Amazon.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got fulfillment centers in Chicago, so. Matter of fact, they're doing there's a fulfillment center north of Houston in a little town called Humble, and they're spending $1 billion. I think it's $1 billion, and they're starting another fulfillment center on the west side of Houston, a little place called Katy. It's not really that little, but it's a small town of Katy outside of Houston, and that's 15 minutes north of my house. So I'm actually tempted to go over there and see, what they're going to need and maybe move along, because I mean, the glass ceiling for this place has been crushing my shoulders for years. They'll pay me better because it's corporate.
That's
Said
the
G was
problem
doing a
with working
video.
in a reasonably small businesses. You only got so far you can go.
Well, this place started small, but I mean, this building here was $9 million, and the next building we're moving to in about 3 months, that's going to be 17 or 18 million dollars. So I mean, he's definitely growing. I mean, when I started working here, we were in a building almost this size, and then he had to downscale a lot, and then it came back up to this. That's not my brass, George. That's not my brass. I know, but it's not my brass. It's not the mail. The jack-o'-lantern has arrived. The jack-o'-lantern has arrived. See?
They deliver to you at work.
Oh, I use my work address a lot because they get here quicker. Hello. Thanks. Now I can lunch channel. See that? That's what I need to look up today. Give our audience the daily sports news that annoys G to know. Broke my internet.
Shit, I ain't checked my friggin' email today.
It's gonna be huge. Oh, I got here. All right, so you already get an ETA from your shop about how long it's going to take for you to get your router back? If I remember right, Yankees gun thing with Smith & Wesson only took like 4 days.
See, Cabela's is offering. Oh shit, never mind. That's on their clothes.
I don't even think this was open. Yeah, it was. What the hell is this? When I see 800 numbers, I know it's bullshit for the most part. Oh, I gotta get this. I'll be right back.
All right.
Well, let's see what's wrong with this one. On this episode of Technology Forensics. Yeah, so I'm still waiting to hear what's up with Dead Horse. He's definitely active on Instagram. Oh, great. It's another one of these. Whoa, 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 whoa. Almost flipped that over.
Oh shit! I'm sitting here watching Dirty Harry marathon because I don't have my 44. I need to watch one on TV.
Oh, come on. You can always watch Quick and the Dead.
Which one? Because there's two, and I've got both.
1995. 95 or 96. You know, I had a wife once. She was beautiful. But then, or wait, I forgot how that whole speech goes. All I remember is he mentions that she was unfaithful, and he goes, well, where is she now? And he says, like I said, she was unfaithful. Damn. Things just got
I actually,
serious.
much like the. Hey, angry, kiss my ass.
What did he do to you? Waiting on the stupid mouse to wake up.
Oh shit, that's too funny.
Oh my god, the sensitivity's through the roof. Oh man. Now I can't get that stupid guitar solo out of my head. Wow, wow, wow.
It took a long time to learn to block that shit out. Playing lead guitar in bands for a long time, you know, you tend to mull over that shit in your head,
Mm-hmm.
and it gets freaking old after a while. And you hear 3 or 4 notes of a song on the radio, and all of a sudden the fucking guitar solo starts running through your mind.
Yep. Man, every time I plug in a new Razer device, it has to update the fucking software. Even if it's the same model of mouse that I'm currently using. It's like, there's an update. I'm like, I downloaded the update yesterday. Oh wait, there's another one. Oh, are you watching Barrett Jackson?
Hell no.
No, Angry.
I'm actually not doing much of nothing but updating my virus protection. That will be about all my phone can take.
Oh, there it goes. It just calm the hell down. Sweet.
Merkham.
Meekum. Or is there an R in there? I forgot. Yeah, some of those are prohibitively steep. I had a friend who went there one year to Barrett Jackson. He took 25 grand in cash. He came home with a 1956, was it a Buick? It's either a Buick or an Oldsmobile Holiday Special. And he came home with a 1957 Ford Victoria Sunliner, which I love those. And
The Crown Victoria? Retractor top version?
Before it was Crown Victoria. Back in the day, it was just Victoria. It was called the Victoria Sunliner. It was a hard top retractable with like a plexiglass top on it, kind of like a B-25 Mitchell had. Dark green. And the last one was a AMC Hornet. It was painted the same colors as the one that was used in a Bond movie. It was a Roger Moore
that's
Bond
awesome.
movie. But he got all three for 25 grand. So, I mean, you can get good deals. It's just
My
for
dad,
everyone.
My dad has his first car, a 1957 Ford Crown Vic retractor top.
Mhm.
I've always wanted one. I know where there's one at, but the lady will not part with it because it was her dad's, and it's just rusting away.
Yeah, that's tragic.
Yes, it is. It wouldn't be worth having now. I mean, it's just too freaking far gone. But 30 years ago when I first seen it, it was still in fairly decent shape.
Yeah, my dad had a Mercury convertible 54. He was telling me that the thing that plagued Ford throughout the 50s was the electric actuators for the convertible top, because they were shit. They burned out all the time. So one day he just took them all out and made it a manual top.
I know that there was problems in the 60s with their hydraulic tops.
Yeah.
I helped a guy fix one on a car that I should have my ass kicked for passing. 64 and a half Mustang convertible.
Well,
Sky
at the
blue.
time, nobody thinks about what they're going to do, what their value is going to be afterwards.
He offered it to me for $3,000, and it was immaculate. But you know, hell, I was 18 years old, and I had my own '69 Mach 1. I didn't want another one, especially a 6-cylinder one.
1 pound.
It's kind of an interesting little car. It was 6-cylinder, 3-speed on the tree, decked out convertible.
I learned how to drive in a Chevy Nova 60s. I think like a 64, 65, the real small one.
Yeah, the
It
Nova
was
2.
6-cylinder with 3 on the tree. Yeah. Oops.
I learned to drive. Shit. I think the first thing I actually drove on the road was a 2.5 ton Chevy, 53 or 54. With it had a 6-cylinder with 4-speed with 2-speed axle. Hell, I knew how to shift that some bitch when I was 10. But I first drove it when I was either 12 or 13. Then after that, I think most of the time I drove it was in my aunt's 69 Ford Galaxy 500.
Oh, I like those.
Yeah. Then I bought a 65 Chevy Impala, which I loved.
Side
And
by side lights.
I traded it for a 67 Ford LTD, which had the high performance 390 in it, which was way better car for a teenager. And I wrecked that.
San Francisco PD approved.
And the aforementioned 69 Galaxy.
I don't know about that, man.
There
There used to be, I know a lot of people used to.
On that 69, my aunt gave it to me because the motor was just shot, and I took the motor out and wrecked in January, digging the snow out around it so I could do it. I love that car, but I wrecked it too.
You only heard the
Then what
ones
was
you love.
next?
Isn't that a song?
I don't know. Next, I went to buy a 65 Impala SS with 396 4-speed.
That would have been fun.
And my stepdad said, nah, here, take this Mustang Mach 1 instead. Which was a great freaking car.
351 car?
Yeah, but it was
Cleveland or Windsor?
car. They had hopped it to the freaking max and had a tilt front end on it. And when my stepdad got it, it didn't have any front end at all because they sold it. So we bought another front end and put on it, but it had a 500 Holly 2-barrel on it.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you what, that was a quick son of a bitch. After that, I got a 67 Cougar XR7.
Oh, and I have like that little square thing in the center of the grill, like crosshairs.
And the tail lights were sequential, or turn signals.
Yeah, there was a big argument on who actually did that first, because like some people say it was the Cougar that had it first, and other people say it's the Thunderbird. But I'm pretty sure it was the Cougar that did it first.
No, Thunderbird did.
Was it?
Mm-hmm. I think Thunderbird did it in 65.
Yeah, with the Banana Bird.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure
that makes sense.
Then after that, I had a 70 Galaxy 500 with 351, which was a pretty good car. Then I got a 72 LTD, which was the first car I ever had that had the 400 in it, which I actually loved. And after that, I bought a 71 Galaxy, which same car, but it was
San Francisco PD approved.
Yeah, just like what's on Dirty Harry, basically, except 2-door with the 400 police taxi package. And I changed the final drive out in it by putting 14-inch tires and wheels on it, low profile, so it turned it from like a 373 to like a 400 rear end. Welded it up posi, and I used to do a fairly respectable job around here, kicking the shit out of Camaros and Trans Ams.
Good old Lincoln Locker. What the shit is this?
Heavy ass car with the posi rear end takes off pretty good.
Yep. We used to give an award at the track called the Triple F Award. Fastest fat fuck. It was for a car that weighed more than 4,200 pounds. You put up a respectable time, you got that award. One guy put in a Sonny's 810 cubic inch big block that was originally designed for racing boats. And he put it in a Lincoln Mark III, I think it was. It's either Mark III or Mark IV. I'll pull up a picture of it real quick. I mean, it's basically what, like, you know, your typical pimp would have. 20-foot long hood, Continental kit in the back. Yeah, Mark III. It was the same car that was used in the movie The Car. But yeah, he put an 810 big block in that thing. And that car ran, I think it was 929 or 939 and a quarter at like 150 mile an hour. It was crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, he got the fastest fat fuck award that day. I need my pill here soon. Things are getting a little tight upstairs.
While I had the 71 Galaxy, I got into the Chrysler shit. I got a 70, I can't remember, 71 Charger RT 440 Magnum.
Oh, you got the wedge? Yeah.
Hey, Nodak, how's it going, man? If you're listening. Thanks for the cases, man. Can I send you a few bucks for the postage?
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, it was the 440, the Triple Deuce 440, which was kind of hard to tune. And my uncle had a race car that had dual quads on it. And he also had a medium rise 4-barrel intake, which he gave me to put on it. And I put an 850 Holly on it. And it was really stout. This motor was 400 horsepower. I'll kiss your ass.
Those things are torn and fills.
400 horsepower at about 1,000 RPM, maybe. Then it started having kids.
It all went to shit.
And we went from the cars with the mag wheels and the big motors to fucking Plymouth Horizon.
Oh, my uncle had one of those. Little hatchback 4-popper.
Yes.
Big polypropylene front end or whatever. Yeah, I remember that.
It had a
blue.
$650 front end, whatever the hell it was, because that's what it cost me to replace it after it hit deer.
Yeah, my uncle he bought one of those, and my dad bought a Mercury Capri. I think it was an 86 Mercury Capri, which is basically the Mustang at the time. Shit. I overfilled the box. Great. I think I'm going to warm up my lunch. It's time to lunch channel a little bit.
After that friggin' Horizon, I think I got into a period where I went through pickup trucks.
Big ones or little ones?
Big ones. I pretty much stuck with the truck throughout, although I did go through a couple of little ones. I had a Ranger and a couple of Bronco 2s, which I liked just fine.
Those are little ones. Boom. Looks like I'm having chicken teriyaki for lunch.
I don't know if I'm having anything, but I'm thinking about going and looking.
Go check it out. It's that witching hour.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, guys. We're going to take a little break for lunch. I'll put links out as soon as I get back. Well, I've got some real breaking news for you. Don Rickles has died, age 90. April's starting out huge.
Okay, 35 minutes, and I
Mhm.
will have a steaming hot pot pie.
Nice. Don Rickles died.
Okay, hell, I thought he's dead already.
Well, now it's official.
Hell, it's got to be freaking what, 90, 95?
90. No, kitty. That's my pot pie.
Don Rickles was one that I had to be in the mood for because something about the
Abrasive
man
humor.
irritated me.
It's abrasive humor. Oh, I forgot he was in Run Silent, Run Deep.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Bar.
So we've so we've gone nuclear,
And we're just waiting on it, right?
and Don Rickles has died at age 90.
Oh,
And,
wait, what? Don Rickles is dead?
Yep, just announced.
Aw.
And on top of that, the Grinch that stole Washington, I mean Tim Kaine, was quoted as saying, "The slaughter in Syria is now on your watch, Mr. Trump. You stupid asshole. The Syrian crisis has been happening the entire duration of Barack Obama's presidency, and you want to lay this at the feet of the guy who took over?"
Isn't Tim Kaine the guy who was supposed to be Hillary's vice president?
Like I said, he was supposed to be the Grinch that stole Washington. But yes.
No, because the problem is you're confusing the Grinch with the bitch. The bitch was supposed to be the Grinch.
Yeah, but Kaine looked like the Grinch.
Because every time it came for her to show some emotion for the American people and the public, she turned green or had some excuse to get out of it. 9/11. I'm sorry, did I say that
At
out
this
loud?
point, what does it matter?
Not really, because Trump won. Oh, I got good news today though. Yesterday, the House, the South Carolina House, voted for the constitutional carry bill, and a lot of people are butthurt because they decided to cut the debate short so they could just vote on it and get it through. And a lot of the liberals are pissed off about it. So the vote went it was like 64 to 40 something, but it still went through. It always passes the House though. The problem is it always gets, when it gets to the Senate, it always gets shot to a committee where it dies. But this time, the committee that they always shoot it to isn't headed by a rhino. They've got an actual pro-gun Republican in charge as chairman of the committee this time. So hopefully something will happen. When, I don't know. But I don't think we're going to get open carry this year, but we might get it next year.
Well, that would be nice for you, but I don't care.
Well, constitutional carry.
No, every state that gets it is one state closer to us getting it.
Yeah, because South Carolina is kind of like Illinois in the factor that South Carolina only has few reciprocities with anyone, whereas Illinois just doesn't have any reciprocity with anyone.
Yeah, we don't trust none of you motherfuckers' training or lack thereof. Chicken pot pies, which I will pick the chicken out because I hate.
What the fuck? You should have just got a freaking box of frozen vegetables and threw in a can of cream of mushroom soup. It would have been the same thing.
No, all I want is pie crust. Fuck this stuff inside.
I like the pie crust too.
Well, Tony, he's old and crusty anyway, so he wants to be with his.
I'm eating the chicken, damn it.
I'm sorry. It was. I didn't mean that really. I was just trying to make a joke, and then I laughed at my own joke. Sorry.
I failed to find humor.
Well, you don't have a humor, so that's all right.
Here's a funny bone.
It's broken.
It's attached to his foot that he usually likes to drive up people's asses.
That
I
was
find
good.
that funny too.
That I agree with.
I'm just suffering from big bore withdrawal, goddammit.
Next time you'll load it properly.
Of course
Yeah, I
I
don't have
will,
that
because I
problem.
bought a freaking new scale.
I don't have that problem.
Yeah, Sean used a digital scale in the first place.
I got the trifecta big bores, so it's like I grabbed my Alaskan and my 500, and it's like Wonder Twins unite.
No, it's more like Wonder Twin powers activate.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that bad.
No,
TV series
we know
too.
exactly what it is. You get an erection and think, oh, this is going to hurt.
Wow.
Ain't gonna lie. Oh. Lunch is over.
Thank you for that visual image, Tony. That's awful.
Well, there's a reason why he sends blue pills.
Hey, I sent him red pill and a blue pill, and it was his choice.
And the potent one was,
The two blue ones,
there you go.
but the red one was the real hunting load. The two blue ones were hollow points, and the red one was a heavier grain 375 lead flat nose, or semi-jacketed lead flat nose. That one's loaded nuclear, and that's a factory load too. It was like one of those HSM bear rounds. I was like, here you go, have at it. I think he still has the red one and the blue one. All I know is the white rabbit is fucked. Yeah, so I'm reading the comments on Republicans' nuke Supreme Court filibuster, and this dude was like, I'm so frustrated with Trump, I might have to leave the country. And I just wrote, don't let the door hit you, ... and Allah that, ALLAH, that.
Wow, that's bad, Sean.
That was my pun of the day. And all of that.
John, that
Went there.
smelled punny.
I went nuclear. I
If
love how
only we
North
could.
Korea keeps wearing those surplus Russian hats. The furry ones. The Kenny hats. Do those hats
If
have a
only
name?
we could invent a nuclear device that would just wipe out the stupidity in this country, we'd be great.
IQ sensitive? That would imply that smarter people are more radiation resistant than others.
But I'm not talking about IQ. I'm talking about ideology more than anything.
Well, that's pretty easy. So you go to the voting booth, and when you pull the lever for red, it punches a chat on a ballot. If you pull the lever for blue, it just opens a trap door into a shark tank,
I like that.
or it just drops you into a wood chipper chute. That's quicker.
Plus free fertilizer. Ain't
Nope.
bad either.
See, that's what you do is you feed the wood chipper into a hog pen, and then you feed the Gitmo guys the hogs.
Nah, I don't
Oh,
think so.
yeah.
I think the Shark Tank's better if it's glass so we can film it, sell
Yeah, but
it.
sharks get full. Sharks get full, pigs just keep growing.
You may have something there.
Endless supply of bacon to the Gitmo prisoners who aren't supposed to eat pork. Yeah, we're gonna get flagged for that one.
Well, if we didn't get flagged for the bacon lube bullets, we're all right.
Yeah,
thought
no
that
one
was a good
cares.
idea. I really thought that was a good idea. Not the bullet thing, but feed the prisoners pork, because they're not supposed to eat it, right? But that means they don't know what it tastes like. So how do they know what they're eating? See, that's where the hypocrisy starts, right there. They're not supposed to eat it, so they shouldn't know what it tastes like. Grind it into a pate. They should never know. Your video has been flagged for Islamophobia. It's like,
We're trying to solve hunger issues.
yeah,
even our older videos, Sean, where we kind of railed on the the Muslims.
did we?
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, they didn't get flagged.
Guess we weren't trying hard enough.
I guess not.
I'm kidding. Now, did you hear about Twang and Bang today?
Huh?
Did you hear about Twang and Bang?
No, what happened to him?
He was, what's the word I'm looking for?
Demonetized.
Yeah, but I was trying to think of a more clever way of saying it. He was ethnically cleansed by YouTube today. They demonetized all his videos.
That should be for the advertisers to decide.
I think a lot of it has to do with the advertisers. That's why they did it. Full 30 has their own advertising system though too, right?
It's a good thing on Hit or Miss. We don't say anything too offensive to get us, demonetized.
Don't worry. You get big enough, they'll demonetize YouTube. It's just it's the idea, the ideology. That's what they're trying to snuff out. But I mean, honestly, if Full 30 worked exactly like YouTube, where you can put Google Hangouts into them or something like a Google Hangout into them and get all your videos out, then I would just go straight there. I wouldn't even bother with YouTube anymore. But as long as they're still the thing, you have to go to them first. Like, I'm not big enough to need to move yet.
Honestly, if we all just use Skype, I'll be honest, we could do the same thing with Skype, and I could just screen capture my screen and do the same thing without Google Hangouts.
Right. I mean,
I
I've done
I
that.
don't like Skype, but the issue is that's the next best alternative. Just screen capture yourself talking to all the guys on Skype, and there you go, done. Problem solved.
Yep. I've done that. Actually, my Skype is broken right now, so I haven't used it in like a year, but I know exactly what you're talking about. You
Yeah.
do a video conference call, and then you throw that through your encoder, and you just turn that into a video.
Well, I actually could just use the encoder I've got that
Yeah.
I used before, and just do it on the fly, live.
Mhm.
You know, like
So
we did
there is a-
before, where you said we weren't live, but we were.
Yeah, I remember that.
Just do it that way.
I think what needs to happen is there needs to be more like sporting goods and outfitters that actually want to advertise on YouTube, and then if there are a substantial number of them already there, get them to speak out on it. They'll be like, look, we wanted to be on your service because we want to advertise on these particular types of channels, and the fact that you keep demonetizing them and not putting our ads in there makes us not want to have an account with you anymore. Sporting in the great outdoors, I mean, that's like Americana. So I don't know why YouTube would want to at least get rid of Academy and Dick's Sporting Goods and things like that.
The NRA.
I guess.
I mean, I'm seeing NRA ads all the freaking time, so it's not like they don't have that. YouTube doesn't have ads that they can push for those channels, like the NRA or
see them on
Cabela's. No, yeah,
I've never seen an NRA commercial on YouTube. That's
I
honest
see-
God truth.
every video I see, it's either an NRA commercial or it's a USCCA commercial or one of those commercials.
I want to show you guys something. This is one of those things. I do this segment on my Facebook page. It's called The Idiots of Amazon. And I'm about to show you why I have a segment on my fucking YouTube page called The Idiots of Amazon. This is the kind of shit that pisses me off. Like, grossly pisses me off. So, this is a portable DVD drive, right?
Mhm.
You open it by cutting this piece of tape, flipping out the tab, opening the box. So nothing gets tore up. You can actually peel this off if you're patient enough, right? Whoever bought this, the dipshit who bought this, was too mechanically inept or stupid to do this. This has never been touched. What they decided to do was rip the box apart from the back and tore all the tabs and then taped the fuck out of it when they had to return it. You made me wonder why I charge them a restocking fee. That's my rant.
I don't know what we got.
Sean,
All the time.
Sean,
I'll be right back.
Mhm.
it's
And
okay,
my
Sean.
phone.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Oh, I
Don't
am.
forget to breathe. Breathing's very important.
Yep. Unless you're a fish. Or an attack helicopter like Smeggy.
Right. Remember, he identifies as an attack helicopter, unless it matters.
Let's see, what could we call that?
Helicopterism?
Transarmamentism.
No, I think it's transchopperism.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I just wanted to do transarmamentism because that way Tony can identify as a Davy Crockett. Angry can identify as a corner shot.
Oh no, chopper is a motorcycle. It would be transcopterism. There we go.
Transairwolfism.
No, Airwolf would be jets.
No, Airwolf is a helicopter.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Black
You're right.
helicopter. That's why we should just use armamentism because it sounds good and liberals can't pronounce big words, so they would be like, armamentism. Oh, this is a Blu-ray player. This is even worth more. I'm gonna fuck this dude up.
You are such an asshole.
It's not my fault these guys are stupid. The best thing is when they tell me that it doesn't work for apples. I'm like, it says right on the side of the box what specific Apple models it works for, and you didn't read the description and you bought it anyway. because you're too cheap to buy an Apple writer, so you tried to save like $50. All right, let's see if this works.
First off, I wouldn't have been a fucking dumbass and bought an Apple in the first place.
I used to be like that too. The only Apple product I've ever owned is an iPhone, but I could see the allure of how it's put together, how easy it is to use. And I still don't have a Mac, but if I only needed a computer to do certain tasks, like to write emails or just to watch YouTube, and I got a good deal on one, I would probably buy one, just because they're well made.
Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean I still don't have an Apple IIe somewhere in my attic.
Oh yeah, because everyone had to play with Logo Writer.
Well, the issue is I used them in school, in elementary school, and then I was like, I was either 13 or 14, and I found one at a garage sale for like $20, and I figured, what's $20?
Stupid computer.
And it worked, and it came with like 100 games. So why the hell not, right? Granted, yes, they were all on the floppy disks, but what do you expect? So,
Apple IIe Logo Writer commands. I just remember draw 30. I think you had to put a space, and then right turn 90 degrees.
I don't use the thing anymore.
400, stuff like that. And then you had to do like, I think it was LP, so he could move, but he wouldn't draw. That was like lift pen or something like that. I remember those. That shit was badass. When that's all you had back then. Hell, I remember when OpenGL was like the new thing, and they brought out freaking Doom. I think Wolf 3D was OpenGL also. So yeah, when Wolf 3D came out, that was like mind blowing.
Wolfenstein 3D.
Yep. There was no more side scrolling like Commander Keen and the original Duke Nukem series. And then again, I loved Ultima back then. Like 6 is still one of my favorites.
I preferred Wolfenstein 3D, though I did like Duke Nukem 1 and 2. I have those. I have 3D. I have literally every add-on ever made for 3D.
Yeah, I used to draw my own maps and shit.
I ended up still getting Duke Nukem Forever, even though it was shit. But the issue is, I didn't try and figure it was going to be a new game or anything. I got it strictly for the nostalgia factor, and it did its job on that.
That was the one that everyone said was going to be vaporware because it would never come out, and then all of a sudden it finally came out, and it was
after 12 years. And by that point, none of the original players were, there to play it. So all the newbies, and the kids that have never heard or played Duke Nukem didn't understand it and thought it was a shit game. When they took a non-serious game and tried to take it seriously. And you never do that with that kind of game. So
what are you talking about?
Nothing you care about.
Of Duke Nukem.
You're right.
We were also talking about transarmamentism, when you're a human being but you identify as a armament of war, like Smeggy, where he says he identifies as an attack helicopter, and I said you probably would want to identify as a Davy Crockett.
Nah.
And then I said Angry wanted to identify as a corner shot. He goes, no, I want to be a Davy Crockett.
I'll identify as a GE 134.
Okay. You talking about the GAU 8? Bird. That.
The minigun.
Yep. Oh, the Dylan. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, Sean, if you had to identify as an armament, which would you identify as?
Sarbamba. No doubt.
Wait, what?
Sarbamba.
Okay, which one is that?
It's the world's biggest nuclear weapon ever made.
I thought that was the Moab.
That's the mother of all bombs. I thought that was just a conventional weapon. Or maybe this was the largest ever detonated. That could be it. Here.
No, they've detonated Moabs.
Massive Ordnance Air Blast. That's what it's actually called. Yeah, it's the
Ew.
that Moab is a conventional weapon. I'm talking about a hydrogen bomb. It's pretty funny if you look at the picture in Wikipedia of the Moab. It's basically the same thing that Chuck Yeager flew.
We have a Jimmy James sighting.
Glamorous Glen, it's called.
No, Jimmy doesn't get sighted.
Oh, Jimmy's here. Let's get this man a link. Oh, you already did. Wait a minute. This is his work day and he's here. That means this conversation's gonna start out with, "What up, guys? I fucking quit my job," or something like that.
Or I got fired.
Wore my hoodie to work and I got fucking fired.
Or I got arrested for shoplifting or something because I look like a guy who.
Stop wearing that damn hoodie. What did I tell you?
Told you, just get one in a pastel color and then people won't take you, like a criminal.
Get a pink one?
I'm not gonna say like eggshell blue, but okay.
That's robin egg blue for those of us who live in the Midwest.
Yes, robin egg, thank you. There he is. So did you quit or did you get fired? Or are you just off?
Neither nor, man. I left early. He wanted me to sit in with the girl until 12, man, but she was doing fine, so I cut out at like 11:30.
Cool. Oh, you do 12 midnight to 12 noon.
Yeah, and then he wanted me to stay in a little bit after, make sure that the girl was like straight, but I was out, man.
Like, you got this, right?
Yeah, like you can handle it. Besides, this my girl's gonna pick me up or I'm gonna have to go and pick her up in a little bit. She's gonna take me out for my birthday, so.
Today your birthday?
It's your birthday?
Yeah. Yeah.
Happy birthday to you.
How old are you, Jimmy?
Glad you escaped this zoo.
The big 3-1.
Oh man.
Oh man, you're youngin'.
You finally hit the years where the birthdays don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got one more to look forward to. In 4 years, big insurance.
40? Oh.
Huge insurance rate. After that, none of them matter.
You'll start dreading them.
Yeah.
I got a tip for you that it will seem like the 35 will come in about 6 months, 40 about 2 months after that.
Yep. The heart condition somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Especially with your Carl's Jr. habit.
Yeah, no.
Habit.
Yeah. All that running from the police gonna wear you out.
They say running keeps you in good shape, but just talk to Jim Fix about that one.
So let me get you caught up on the news of the day. Congress has gone nuclear.
Wait, what?
Congress has gone nuclear.
They used the nuclear option.
Oh.
Did
Don
they do
Rickles
it? It's
died.
done?
We're waiting on it.
Yep. Don Rickles died today.
Oh.
Nunez has stepped down from the Russian hacking probe. Hillary's still a cunt.
Wait a second. Hillary's still making news?
She's still a cunt.
No, she's not making news. He
Okay.
threw that in there just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
I think she's just making odor.
Don't get away. You don't want to whiff of that. Trust me.
Oh, and one other thing. We were talking about trans-armamentism, what you identify as a weapon, because Smeggy identifies as attack helicopter. So
Oh, yeah.
we've all done our rounds, and I decided that I identify as Tsar Bomba, the world's biggest hydrogen bomb ever detonated.
And you know what, though? I think that what I identified as is still going to count as a weapon because I'm still going for Dragon.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm
there's
waiting
a.
for
Well, here's the thing, Jimmy. There is a rocket launcher called the Dragon.
You realize that one little steel arrow and you're fucked.
Yeah.
They got to hit me in the right place.
We've seen that movie.
That's cool. I feel like I'm gonna
Blocks over.
and Garden Treasure.
this works. I went on a little bit of an Amazon rant earlier too.
I started when I was on my way home. I caught a little bit of the you were talking about somebody returning a box all fucked up or something. I really didn't catch all of it.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like
Sean was complaining.
they were too mechanically inept to figure out how to peel some tape off and use the flap. So instead, they just tore out the whole bottom of the box and then taped it all back to to shit, saying that it didn't work.
You realize that most of us, when we buy stuff, or some of us at least, don't expect to return it ever.
Right.
We
I know.
try to buy quality shit so it doesn't have to be returned. So we go hog wild opening boxes.
Well, the thing is his return reason is absolute bullshit because the thing he says doesn't work in Windows 10, I just tested on my Windows 10 machine. It worked just fine. So.
Knives, is that your new avatar?
I was thinking about it.
Which one?
Check
I
the
just
link.
see the
So Knives is that the thing where you're just you're getting too old?
Hold on, I found another one.
Oh God.
Yep, I should be able to see it if you post it this time.
The Ninja Turtles in their 40s.
I think the creepiest picture I ever saw from a cartoon was a picture of Ash Ketchum on life support and like a really old Pikachu laying next to him, and they were both about to die of old age. And it was like, "You're still my buddy after all this time," or something like that. I was like, it's a sweet message, but it's a weird looking picture,
Somebody almost got into a fight with somebody trying to tell me that Ash was in a coma the whole time, and that's what the real fucking Pokemon story is. It's his dream.
Wow, that is dark.
Like, yo,
Japanese Lost.
yeah.
I'm going to grab a bite to eat. I'll be back in a bit.
Oh, it's time for
All
pot
right, man.
pie.
Yeah, it is.
Oh snap!
I had Chinese food today.
I did too. Heavily peppered.
Mine was just heavily soy sauced.
That's heartburn.
Not for me.
You're lucky.
Hey, nice.
No. Yeah, what's up?
The last one.
The last one? Which one? Which one is this one?
Damn it. I bet I miss it. Yeah. My app is
Is that going to be yours?
Nah, I think I'm just gonna keep the original.
All right.
Sean, can you at least see the Hangout screen?
Yes.
I'll screen share it real quick. There it is.
Oh, smack.
Splinter, I didn't even see that in the background.
He's playing Warcraft.
Totally got pwned.
You just got pwned. FNS 40, 369. No. I don't want 40.
Hey, does anybody have any experience, like hands-on experience with that 5.7?
The FN57?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it good? Is it like worth a few $100 to get it?
I really like it. I really, really like it. But I
But-
can't justify the cost.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I mean, it's supposed to be all plastic, right? Pretty much. I mean, aside from the barrel and all that shit.
Yeah, like the rails and the barrel and the slide.
See if you can get one off arms list.
No, just do like Smeggy and get the cheaper alternative, the PMR 30, if you really want one that's got a zippy little 22. It holds 30 rounds. I mean, you can't go wrong.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that I was telling you guys the other day, man, that PMR 30, I don't know why I like it.
I do
That's
too.
fun.
I can't deny it.
Now, is that FN57? Is that super? Is it like really lightweight, or is it how would you compare it to the PMR 30 weight wise?
If I were to compare it to any pistol, I'd probably compare it to Glock 17.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's got some weight to it. It's a
Damn,
respectable
they ain't
weight
done
gun.
yet.
PMR 30 feels like an empty squirt gun.
Yeah, that's when I first held it. When I was out with G and Bob and them and Mika, and I first held it, man, it was like a little fucking toy.
See, I'm just
Low.
worried about its long-term rigidity. Ow, fuck.
Yeah, but see, if you're gonna just use it for a range gun, though, man, I don't know.
Fingernail don't bend that far. God damn it.
5.7, $800.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one that I saw was $7.99.
I heard
Yeah,
a
this one's
rumor
up-
that the price got cut in about half. So I mean, that at that price, that might be a little more appealing.
I'm looking at Arms List, and there's one up in North Carolina. Guy's willing to ship.
Road trip.
No, I'm not going to North Carolina to buy a gun. No, I know better than that. Remember, they got that stupid law where you have to have a purchase permit to buy a handgun in North Carolina.
Oh, that's
left-handed tongue
stupid.
as bullshit as that.
They don't have that in South Carolina, but everybody's telling me North Carolina is better just because they have open carry.
Like,
Yeah,
come on, man, I'm just south of you.
I don't have to have any registrations. I don't have to have a license or permit to go and buy whatever the fuck I want. All I need is just the money and the 4473, and I'm done. See ya.
And that's
Or-
all I need.
Or a CHL and a signature.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I still have to fill out the 4473. They just don't have to run it. So, I would, if I was going to buy it from him, I'd have him ship it to my FFL.
Oh, G has
Why not meet
Appleseeds.
him at the state line?
Do you have the double floppy version, G? Those are worth some money nowadays, actually. I'm not even trying to clown those.
No, it wasn't. I don't think. I mean, that was the only one that I've ever held or shot, so I don't know how to compare.
Oh, that one's got one. Okay. This guy doesn't get charged an extra $7.
I mean, if I wanted a 5.7.
Well, I saw one for $7.99, and that's about the cheapest that I've ever seen them for. So I was just wondering if it was
That's
worth.
not bad, man. That's not bad. I would.
It's only
I
a
would do
dollar
that.
more than I was looking at just a second ago. So
To be perfectly
Yeah.
$1
honest,
less.
at that price,
Excuse me.
I'd do
Yeah.
it for $7.99. Yeah. Shit, yeah. I'm used to seeing them for $1,500. That's why I'm like, no.
Who makes it?
FN.
FN.
Do they make it? Does any other company make a 5.7?
If you want to be specific, Fabrique Nationale. I think that's their name.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else does. Anybody else make that shit? I haven't heard of
Nope.
anybody.
I don't think so.
FN Hirschstall. They're the only ones who make it.
Check out that link for the last one.
But yeah, I would for fucking $800. I'd do it. Yeah, absolutely.
If I had $800.
If I had it,
Knives, there you go. That's your new avatar right there.
Yeah,
that's I like that one.
yeah.
He might be a little chubby, but he's ready for war.
Yeah, let's see. G make
Do
something.
they?
Yeah, there you go. He's even using California compliant weapons too.
No, those are a felony in California, dude.
What you
Probably.
Ninja Turtle holding dildos or something? California compliant weapons. It's gotta be.
Probably.
Angry Sam Masterpiece makes a 5.7 Mac clone. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, too bad it has a watermark, man.
Yeah. Well, you could just
Get
crop
good
it.
at the Photoshops.
I don't have Photoshop.
Get good with MS Paint. Zooming in pixel by pixel. That's a lot of work, but I do it. Sometimes I do it. Matter of fact, I made I modified a bunch of pictures to make the Gunchannels After Dark logo when they did it earlier last year. I used paint when I did that one. It took me like 3 hours, but came out good. It was passable, I guess is a better way to say it.
Acceptable.
Yeah.
For a badge.
Wouldn't kick out of bed. Yeah.
Badge.
Which one? The turtle? The last one?
You're the last one.
Yeah, that would.
What the fuck is this?
They should draw the Ninja Turtles with people eyes.
Ninja Turtle with anime eyes.
Yeah, there you go. Big old fucking puffy anime eyes.
There's a reason they don't do that. Because then all the geeks will come out saying, April O'Neil needs to be tentacled.
Sean, it's already happened.
Not surprised.
But it wasn't a tentacle demon, it was just Krang.
Well, he had like tentacle-like arms, I guess.
Yeah. There you go.
Doesn't make it any less weird.
Wait, this has to be clickbait.
Demons or aliens, right? Same difference.
Get you, Shredder! Gonna get you, Shredder! It's crazy.
Admit it, you enjoyed that.
I used to do a really good Stockman impression. I can't do it because my boss's wife is sitting right behind me. She'd look at me funny. I'll do it tonight on the lobby or something.
If you show up.
What's really funny is the reason I did such a good Baxter Stockman impression is because the wife of my second boss, she sounded just like him.
Oh, snap.
Let's see what we have here.
Teen Titans, the Judas contract. What the fuck? Oh, it's a cartoon.
Oh, Knives, that last one you just linked in the channel with the, yeah, that I like that one.
Yeah, but it has a watermark.
Send it to me when I get home and I'll Photoshop it out for you.
All right, cool.
If you really want to use that one, I'll do it.
I'll fucking do it. Just put a Glock on it.
All right. I will fix that one for you. Still waiting on the mail lady, the girl I hit on. She's cool as shit. Did I tell you the affair story yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not married.
I was like, damn, cool. She's 44. I'm 37. The math looks good. The math checks out.
It just feels right.
Pretty early today. You're back pretty early today.
Considering it's a Thursday.
Mm.
This has got to be clickbait right here. You guys ever watch that Pawn Stars show on History Channel?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, right here it's saying that fucking Chumlee committed suicide.
No, he's not dead.
He's
No, I
alive.
heard he was taken off the show, though.
Well, yeah, because he fucking got
He got
like
arrested?
raided or some shit. Yeah. Raided his house and found a bunch of pot and guns.
Guessing weed ain't cool in Nevada, huh?
Well, I think that either or would have been cool, but it was the fact that both was there that was the problem.
Every time I see a picture of him, I think he should, like, I don't know, sing country music or something. Like he's got that Travis Tritt like look to his face. When he's not fat, when he was thinner.
Yeah, he started to lose the weight a little bit and then got it all back.
What's really creepy is like when he's all clean shaven, his face looks like this chick I used to know who was a stripper.
Maybe it's her,
Same
man.
thing.
Maybe she identified as a fucking Pawn Star.
Oh no, because I still see her. She's a concierge or something, and I see her from time to time. She still looks hot. Don't get me wrong.
What a concierge, like the strip club doorman type thing.
No. She's like a
The greeter.
$5 greeter at a 5-star restaurant, basically.
Oh, okay. I thought she was a greeter at the strip club.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
Hi, welcome to Cinnamon's.
No, our place is called Treasures.
Treasures, yeah. We got one out here that's called the Desert Flame, and that's the one that you like, you know, bullet holes and C-section scars and shit like that.
Oh shit. You know you're screwed when you go to a place that's BYOB.
Yeah.
That's a bad deal.
So movies this weekend. Ghost in the Chef.
Say Ghost in the Chef?
Shell. Ghost in the Shell. Chips or Life.
I'm not really holding my breath for Ghost in the Shell.
No.
Honestly. I don't think it's going to translate well, but I will watch it. What was the second one? Chips?
Chips.
I want to see Chips.
Yeah, I like that whatever his name is, Zax or
Eric Pena?
Dax. Yeah, he's funny too, but I like the white guy too. He's funny. But yeah, Eric Pena, he's funny as shit.
That dude's hilarious.
Yeah.
He was great in what was that movie where he was an LA cop? Fuck. It's one of my favorite movies actually, with him and Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, Watch, Final Watch or Dark Watch or
Watch.
something. End of Watch, yeah.
Yeah, he was good in that movie. Remember when he was telling that story about sleeping with his girl at her mom and dad's house? He had to hide under the bed or some shit.
Dude, that was a fucking bad. Like, I'm like, okay, this movie is slow as shit, and then it started getting good. I'm like, oh man, this movie is badass.
Yeah, that shit like took off. I'm like, whoa.
But yeah, quickly became a favorite of mine.
Yeah, that accelerated. Anna Kendrick was pretty hot too. Holy shit.
Yeah. And then what's the Life? 6 astronauts aboard a space. Oh, this is the one that I thought was the alien one.
Oh, you know what? I'd see all three, to be honest.
I'm only seeing one. And I'm thinking the same thing about Ghost in the Shell, because I was hearing reviews on it and people were saying like this is one of those things that needed to be a fucking Netflix series or like a Fox series, something like, you know, it needed to be like a TV series and shit.
Dude, if they Netflix that shit, that would have been awesome.
Well, that's what they were saying. They were saying is that this it's not something that an hour and a half, 2 hour long movie is going to do justice.
Right. But then again, the first Ghost in the Shell movie was a movie that was about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So, I mean, it sort of works. I think they're literally doing a live action version of the 1995 movie. So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something similar to that. She's basically going to question her humanity and if she was ever human in the first place and all this other kind of crap. So.
Am I capable of having a soul?
I totally geek out over Masamune Shirow. That guy's a fucking genius. The guy who created that show.
Yeah.
He also had a hand in Appleseed. That's kind of another one of those existential question movies or whatever. That's awesome too. Actually, matter of fact, Appleseed was the first anime I was ever really exposed to.
Yeah.
As a kid.
Yeah, I used to like me too, kind of. That besides the fact that it was like what was it called, like Nick at Night back in the days when they used to show all the old like 70s fucking sitcoms and shit. It was that, and then anime on fucking Cartoon Network.
Yeah, and then they did Adult Swim. You know, I actually sat down and I watched all of Full Metal Alchemist in dub form just to watch it again. You know, I've got the whole thing. It's just I wanted to watch the dub version, and it actually wasn't horrible. I'm not big on Vic Mignogna, but you know, whatever.
One of my favorite animes is one that I wish they would start like bringing back or do modern shit on, and nobody really liked it that I know, but I like Vampire Hunter D.
Oh yeah, that was a pretty good one.
That used to be my shit, man. I love that shit.
That one and Gungrave. Gungrave was really good too.
Gungrave, yeah, that was a good one. Yeah.
It's like you're supposed to be dead.
Well, now I notice it's getting like popular. Like anime shit is getting popular again amongst like the younger generation now.
It ebbs and flows. It comes and goes in waves because I used to do a lot of the fan subbing and quality control work.
Yeah.
And I thought it died off in about 2008, but like you're right, it's been about 10 years almost, and there's a couple of good ones again. I don't know if I'm going to go back into it though. But
I'm not. I haven't gotten back into it, but I'm just noticing that a lot of people are like, even going back, like younger people are going back and watching like anime from the 90s and shit. Like, you know, I'm like, seriously?
Yeah. The same thing happened to me. Like I was titling and timing and doing all the work on the 2000 series, but I was watching the ones from like 90s and maybe even a couple of 80s ones.
Yeah, that's the shit that I enjoy, because I don't know, that's, like I said, that's what I watched when I was younger.
Shit.
I'm a big fan of Initial D. Man.
Of what? I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I'm a big fan of Initial D.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, the manga's still going. I kind of got pissed off when he got the WRX. Like, couldn't you have picked another car? I'm just bitter.
No, supposedly you can get the new X2.
It's like, when is he going to get an R35? Or even an R34? That'd be fine.
Rav said he's currently watching Robotech. Oh, and Rick and Morty. I like that show.
I got a good one for you, Raphael. Have you been looking, or just go on eBay and look up 1998 Mulan Szechuan sauce? Since you watched Rick and Morty. One little thing of that Mulan Szechuan sauce was on eBay for $90,625.
Are you kidding? Holy shit.
It was run up that high. But now there's a bunch of other ones like for 20, 30 bucks. And it's like, wow, you hung on to this shit for 9 years.
So what'd I miss?
Everything.
Everything.
Anime.
We're talking about food.
I was getting the mail.
Really? Is that some sort of new gay term?
No, I'll
Get
show
in
you
the
what I
mail.
got.
Get in the mail.
No. Here,
I'm just
check
kidding.
this out.
All right.
Check this out. I got a World War I bayonet.
Is that a butcher's bayonet?
No, it's the M1917.
Oh, sweet.
Bob
April?
finally came through. I can say this: Bob is cool when you need old shit.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I remember he was talking about that one.
Yeah, Bob had G-Web send it to me because G-Web's had boxes to take care of it. But
Yeah.
I appreciate it, Bob. Just
I
let you
remember
know.
you guys were talking about that. I was playing like Fallout that day, and you were like, "Yeah,
well,
I'll send it to you."
I was talking to Bob, and I was mentioning that I wanted to make a trench gun reproduction. Bob's like, "I've got the bayonet if you want it." So the only issue is it's got one spot of rust on the middle that I'm probably gonna have to get off. But it is it's a reproduction. It's not an original. But the issue is the trench gun I'm getting is reproduction, and so is the heat shield. So I don't really want an original because I don't want to fuck up an original. I want to play around and have fun with it. Go to the range with it, do all sorts of things. But with an original, you don't do that with an original. Not unless it's already beat up to shit already, right? Or did I lose you guys?
Oh, no, I'm right here.
Okay.
I didn't hear what you said.
So, but yeah, I'm pretty happy.
I was reading the chats, and it was saying it was because Bob was issued that one new.
Bob was issued that one new. Yeah. Either way, I appreciate that. I appreciate him sending it to me. The only issue I have is I'm probably gonna have to get new grips for it because one of the grips that's on it is cracked. They're plastic grips, so maybe I can find some originals.
That'd be badass. But I mean, it's not like you're gonna fucking put it together and try to sell it immediately. So I mean, reproduction is just as good.
It's a reproduction. I'm not gonna sell it. I wanted it not to sell. I wanted it just to play around with, have fun with, have it, as a cool, not so much as a gimmick, but just as a cool, like, the best way to say is a range toy. When I mean range toy, I mean my backyard where I can fill up some sandbags and, go to town.
Blow them up. Fill them up and blow them up.
Blow them up, right?
Angry was saying CNR did a video on fixing up an original one.
Yeah. Well, they did a video on where they were doing stocks. He was working on the stock for whatchamacallit, the Model 10A, I believe, with the Remington 10A, which was one of the other shotguns they used for trench guns, but you get the point. But what I'm gonna buy an actual trench gun. Probably gonna get the Cimarron 1897 because those are made in Texas instead of getting the Norinco Cowboy and spending $100 more for something made in China.
When are you gonna get it? You've been talking about it for a month now.
Whenever I sell this AR, hopefully I got a guy on the line. Just text messaged me this morning saying he wants to buy my AR. So
Yeah, that guy in
whenever
Washington.
no, here in South Carolina, here in Charleston.
Awesome.
So
That'll make it
that guy
easier
in
for you
Washington
too.
was a troll. I went and reported him to arms list. Apparently, I'm not the only guy he's done that to.
Just a troll or a robot troll?
A robot troll. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Yo, Jimmy, check out that link.
Which one?
That's right.
Oh. I don't know, man. I think I like that one better.
What about the
Which
red
one is it?
It's Michelangelo
What's he doing?
spinning around his nunchucks.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the Raphael one looks better. Yeah, I just looked at both of them. I like
I
the
might be able
Raphael
to
one
fix
better, but
these
the
parts.
Michelangelo. How?
Well, here I'll turn the camera back on so you can see what's wrong with it.
Super glue.
There. You see the problem with the grip? See it's split down the middle?
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah. I think I could probably fix it by just getting some PVC glue, or I could even use the Acra glass I got. Fix that up. Because I got a ton of that Acra glass because I bought it just in case I needed it for my SKS. My SKS stock came just fine, so it looks like shit, but I didn't have to fix it at all.
Yeah.
That was the one thing. Oh yeah, it's split all straight down the middle. Oh, this will be a fun job. I could just use epoxy though.
That's what I would do. I would think that'd be stronger.
I can do epoxy from the inside so it doesn't look bad.
Gorilla glue.
No, Gorilla nothing. I don't use Gorilla nothing because I've used Gorilla glue before where it's like shit. Worse than shit.
Harambe hater.
Harambe can go die in a fire. Hell, I'll even start one for him.
He already died in a zoo. How about that?
Well, let him come back so I can throw him in the fire.
Rest in peace, Harambe.
I don't fucking care about no fucking gorilla.
Yeah, Angry said you don't talk about Harambe like that. Night Strike.
I didn't realize I fucking cared.
Never know, man. What if Harambe was like Caesar? And they knew, they're like, oh, this fucking guy again with the human shit. You got to take him out this time. We're going to have a war for the Planet of the Apes.
Man, he would be gone so fast.
Well, dude, I watched the fucking, I don't know if you guys have seen the previews yet. I mean, obviously it's just a trailer, so I'm not spoiling shit, but you guys got to watch this trailer for that new Planet of the Apes. Is Woody Harrelson like jumped off of a thing and him and Caesar were face to face, jumped off of the thing and then just started spraying a fucking rifle at him. I'm like, are you kidding me? You could have killed that monkey right there and ended the whole war, but no, because plot
Plot holes.
Yeah.
Because plot holes.
For some reason, when you guys are battling for your lives against a bunch of apes, but you shoot like fucking stormtroopers when they're right next to you.
For those that don't get it, stormtroopers can't hit shit.
Yeah, they don't aim well.
If anybody hasn't seen Star Wars, what fucking rock have you been living under? Don't be like Sean.
I've never sat down and watched it, so fuck you.
When the hell did you get here?
What?
Scotty's been here, man.
I was just talking to you 5 minutes ago, you dummy.
Dude, Scotty, Night Strike does not pay attention to the chats that he's putting in.
I don't. I didn't realize
Christ.
that was you in here. I thought that was somebody else, but all right. Welcome back.
Welcome, he never fucking left. Oh, shit.
Oblivious Night Strike, sorry.
The motherfucker don't ever listen to this damn thing.
Yeah, because I'm the important one. I have to talk.
Yeah, Angry saying 223 probably not a super effective on intelligent gorilla. Yeah.
No, it's not.
That's why I got the 454 just in case.
That's why we have big bore revolvers.
Here we go.
You fucking big bore guys.
We'll get you one day, Scotty.
Yeah, maybe. Well, actually, there are 3 in here, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You got us outnumbered.
Well, technically, Tony doesn't count because his is broken.
Don't rub it in, Jesus Christ.
Gotta talk shit.
I'm used to ignoring assholes.
All right.
Yeah, you should be by now, man, being in a chat with me for fucking 6 months or something like that.
Really?
Actually, I was going to say because I used to work in the federal court system.
Same old,
Ooh,
same
shit.
difference.
Federal courts are awful.
Yes. Except I did hear their prisons were like fucking hotel suites, though. Just no pussy.
That just depends on how well connected you are.
No.
All right, the wind chimes are annoying.
Really? I think they're serene. Hold on. Let me mute.
I was just kidding.
So what do you think? Should I use epoxy or should I use something else?
I go epoxy. That's just
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah, I can epoxy the inside of it without even noticing. I think I'll
Just do
that.
like you said, man. Just start from the inside, and that way you won't really see it on the outside.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do.
Or just order new. Well, I don't
No.
know how much of a pain in the ass the grips that was to get, but
Yeah, that's the only thing. If I could find some original wood grips, I'd throw those on there instead.
well, just for
You
shits
got
and
fucking
giggles.
trees in your backyard.
I'm not gonna make them myself. It's a pain in the ass. That's not to say I don't know how to make them. I'm just not going to do that because I hate whittling. I would literally have to whittle in order to get them to the shape that I need them to be. So, no.
Hey, so Scotty, I know you've been doing it a while now, but how are you enjoying reloading? Did you end up sticking with it, or?
Oh, I slowed down a lot.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Fuck this. Ain't been out shooting much, so
Oh, okay.
I'll pick it up again once this fucking sun decides to shine on my dumbass city. I'm gonna shoot. What?
Today,
You lucky bastard.
I think that's what they call that thing.
Yeah, we just broke the 90s.
Fuck.
Fuck you.
I'm just
We
saying,
ain't,
man.
we ain't broke the 60s. We ain't been in the 60s in 6 fucking months.
Jesus Christ.
That's no fucking joke either.
No, I don't believe I'm in the 60s either. To look. Nope, 53.
It's all right,
the
man.
weather channel, even the weather channel there don't say that it's partly sunny. They say partly cloudy because they don't remember what to call it.
That's all right, man. Another month or so here, you guys will be nice and comfortable, and I'll be fucking living in 120-degree hell.
No, it'll be 90 degrees and 100% humidity here then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We go from wet and frigid to fucking wet and hot.
Yeah, I forget all those different lake effects that you guys got.
I don't even know what we're going to be looking forward to. This year's just been, I've never had a fucking year like this where it fucking just did nothing but rain all winter long and all fucking spring long. 30, going on 32 years, I've never had a fucking winter like this year.
And Moon was saying yesterday was beautiful. Today is a cold, sideways, raining pile of shit.
To be honest, I think this past winter has been the best one we've ever had. It's the best one I can remember. The spring ain't been so fucking great. The winter was good.
Well, it's all good for our mountains and snowpack and water for the summer, but I don't know if we're going to have much of a summer to actually need the extra fucking water.
Maybe the nice view of all the beautiful weather around will make you guys feel better.
No.
Nah.
Hey, Knives.
You are
There.
a rat bastard.
That knife.
What knives do?
Nothing. I was just wanted to ask him something.
And I've been fucking thinking about taking a trip somewhere, but I'm not going to California. I don't know what I'd do if I went to Arizona.
Yeah, you'd have freedom.
I got freedom here. I just don't know what I'd do for recreation down there.
Oh, there's
What the hell's
tons of
there?
shit.
What's there to do in Arizona?
Just plenty to do.
Tons of shit. Gun related or not gun related? Because there's tons of shit both ways.
It's true.
They got water parks. They got fucking, if you want to see, they got a gunfight at the Goldfield Mine. That's free. I mean, it's not a real gunfight, obviously. They got the gunfight at the OK Corral. $1 to watch that shit, but it's free to enter all day. Go up to the fucking mountains, shoot. You know.
You guys have mountains?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going up there this weekend.
In
Get your tires?
Arizona, Phoenix is in the valley. The mountains, well, that's if you want to go to the Grand Canyon, or you can go further up too.
Go to the dude.
So what are good
Not
like
even-
vacation destinations there? Are they expensive?
Well, I mean,
Not
yeah.
really.
Yeah, like if you go to Havasu, it's not super expensive, but I mean that's just a spot that you're gonna go out and pretty much just chill at. You know, that's just relaxation. There's not really too much to do out there, but there's tons of shit to do.
there's still, the same thing that, like, if you want to go to the mall or you want to go movies, that kind of thing, there's still that kind of thing out there too. So, it's not a desolate, barren place. Okay.
No, if I went down there, I'd be outdoors doing shit. I ain't going down
There's
to
a lot.
Arizona
There's a
to
lot of
go
cool
to the
historical
fucking
places
mall.
to go and visit. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, fuck, we got malls here.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah. So there's I don't know. I would the Phoenix area around the airport and shit, because that way you're pretty much at the most an hour away from everything. You can hit Tombstone in like an hour and a half of drive. Goldfield mines are right around there. And they got like a haunted mine trip. Like I said, man, ranges in Phoenix everywhere. So I mean, yeah. If you do end up coming out here, Scotty, let me know.
I will.
G's saying he'll send boxes of 90-degree air for $14.
Plus shipping.
Oh snap! What's this? Z just shared something. YouTube channels are in danger of being shut down forever. YouTube gun channels.
I just saw on Facebook that Twangenbang guy said all his shit was demonetized or something like that, and he said it's like gun community wide. But he was saying that he was saying it's, if I remember right, he was saying it's a lot wider than just the gun community, so he thinks it might be a glitch. But I don't know.
I heard the YouTube bots were just going crazy. They were reading titles and anything that has anything to do with guns or knives or shit like that, or anything that you tag in it, it's all going to get demonetized immediately.
The thing with that Twangenbang guy, he's like one of the most wholesome fucking gun guys on YouTube, you know?
Oh, yeah. I
Well,
wonder if
he's a big channel though, so that's who they're going after, I guess.
I wonder if Such and Nut and Fancy are having these problems.
I wish people could, dial the right fucking number they had in the first place.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? You're competent enough to have a cell phone. Why can't you dial the right fucking number?
No shit, right? Well, I guess Patreon is. They're hoping that Patreon is going to help a lot of these guys out. It seems like it's mostly bigger channels, because I had my little problems when we first started, but then it stopped.
I have not gotten a single payment from Patreon. So anybody that's donated to my Patreon, I haven't even gotten any money. So if they keep charging you, I'm sorry, but I haven't gotten anything.
It's got to get up to a certain level, doesn't it, before you even see a cent?
Nope. They did the same thing to me too. They did the same exact thing to me too. What's it called? It said that I had like $5 sent into my account, and I'm checking all my accounts and shit, and I don't see it nowhere.
Yeah, I don't see a damn dime. So
I thought it had to get up to like $100 or something.
That's YouTube.
That's
YouTube
Google.
breaks you off every $100. Well, yeah, whatever, yeah.
It's Google, not particularly YouTube. It's AdSense, which I still haven't, made over $100 on AdSense yet, and I've been doing it over a year now. So, fucking AdSense.
Yeah, as he's saying, explains why channels are getting fucked. It appears that YouTube has pulled all ads from gun-related videos. It appears that all gun-related videos on YouTube have been flagged as restricted material. That means that either YouTube's algorithm or users are flagged them as inappropriate for one reason or another. Once a video is eligible for monetization. DZAM.
And where is the statement for that?
That was in the if you go to the external chat and go up a little bit, he shared a link.
Well, then I'm fucked.
Why? No external?
No, whatever money I made through YouTube already, which is only about $55, I'm not getting.
Shit, man, you're way past two, but yeah. I think I got like $13 or something like that. I haven't checked in a while.
I hate to say it, but this might be that, you know, YouTube might be getting liable for a lawsuit there, because they are essentially, their terms of service are restricting the First Amendment.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like going into somebody's house and they ask you to take your shoes off and you don't and they kick you out, you know? I mean,
First
I don't know.
Amendment-
That's
No,
kind of
that
how
is
I
not
look at
like
it.
that at all. No, that's
First
going to
Amendment
somebody's help and
applies
having
to
somebody tell you
government.
you can't say this or that.
Well, yeah,
That-
that's true.
You're perfectly able to do that. The First Amendment doesn't apply to anybody but government. It says the government cannot prohibit free speech.
Are you sure you haven't turned liberal?
No, I haven't turned liberal. I know how to fucking read.
Yeah, as sideways and fucked up as the rules are, you still got to know the rules in order to win the game.
Private businesses can set rules if they want to.
Fucking Z
That
now the race.
is true. I mean, your First Amendment protects your right of free speech against the government, not against a private individual.
Yeah. Z's got the answer right there, though, man. We just got to get to 1,000 subs and full Patreon and super chat that motherfucker to death.
Yeah, they'll still withhold the money.
Yeah, right.
They'll withhold the money, not send it back to the super chatters, and we'll still get fucked.
Here's the answer.
Easy, cowboy.
Knives is back.
That ain't a cowboy gun, I hate to tell you.
Yeah, and Smeggy said they've been doing it to all sorts of channels, so I guess yeah, it's more than just gun shit.
Yeah, well, I hate to say this, and I know the minute I do, I'll get flagged. But either way, fuck it. Yeah, I haven't gotten flagged yet.
Well, I noticed the one that I got flagged on. One was for music, and I don't know if that counts as a strike or not. It might. I got, like I said, it's been a while since I looked at my dashboard. That was in the beginning, and then I forgot what it was that got me struck, but it was something about the title of my video that I had. And then after that, that's when I opened up a bunch of different YouTube accounts.
See, that's why we need to start our titles of our shows with like "Everybody Loves Islam," or something like that, and then
Never.
you come in and open up the chat with like, "Yeah, we love Islam," when you know the radicals are all dead.
Smeggy says he's seen liberal and conservative channels complaining about it.
How do you
I don't
the
know.
difference when you see a liberal channel complaining? They complain about every damn thing, don't they?
Well, usually the only time I ever check liberal channels is to do like research for the show or something like that, and I haven't even done that shit in a long time.
That's kind of what I was getting at. I don't ever look at them, so
No, there's no reason to go look at them.
realize that guns.com is not necessarily pro-gun.
We know.
Oh yeah. What's up, little dog? Come here. Yeah, right, Angry. Angry says, what's more family friendly than this stuff?
Oh shit, we don't say stuff like grab 'em by the pussy too often.
No. Every once in a while. Just if you're listening and you got kids around, earmuff them. Earmuff them shits.
We ain't saying shit that they wouldn't hear in every high school hall in this country.
I don't know, man. Some of these younger gentlemen out there nowadays, you say red rings, they might start throwing up.
Ooh, I love Boston.
Tell the kid to go grab the cat. The point is, he's saying the point is the advertisers now determine who gets paid.
Great, we don't want no liberal motherfuckers, anti-gun son of a bitch advertising on our stuff anyway.
Well, it used to bother me. Like I would notice, like, oh man, what did I say or do to make people unsubscribe to me or unfollow me or now I just don't. I figure if you motherfuckers are that fucking offended, you want to unfollow me, good riddance. Peace.
I've thought that way from day one.
Well, originally for me, it was trying to get people to, that were on the fence or a little bit anti-gun to kind of come over to our side and, at least try it out, see if they like it, that kind of shit. Now I realize that that's not going to happen that well, or that way at least.
It's one thing to be on the fence about guns. It's another one to be offended by adult language and twisted humor. Come on, people, get with the program. Fuck is most useful learned in the English language.
What? You trying to bite me, motherfucker? I feed you. Go.
Use the newspaper.
Enough.
No, I'm fucking with her toy. That's what I was saying. YouTube should just have two sets of ads, family friendly and non-family friendly. I'm sure there are people who would pay to be on videos that get views and not care what it's about. Like I said, I guess that as of late with this whole YouTube wars that's going on, we must just be too small.
Well, of course we're too small. What do we got? 75 subscribers, if that.
Yeah, but yesterday we got a few more. I think it was like 80, something like that.
Woohoo!
Yeah. The advertisers are paying. Oh, G said first, well, if there are no ads and we can play whatever music we want, we could start doing a fucking early watch intro and shit.
You know, I've been thinking about getting the guitar and amp all set up and writing something.
The early watch, fuck yeah.
No,
All right, Team America.
Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not.
No, it'd be more like I hate all you motherfuckers equally. I don't know who thought it was a great idea to touch up the stock on the 742, but they just fucking ruined it.
Wait, the stock on what?
On this Remington 742 I got, somebody touched it up and they used something that looks like it's got freaking mildew all over it now. I don't know how to really freaking describe it, but it's kind of soft and it's a real son of a bitch to get off. Afraid I might have to pull stock off the gun and just refinish the damn thing. Yeah, the shop where I bought this thing, they got a couple of guys there that work on guns or gunsmiths, if you want to call them that are really good. I mean, these guys can do stock repair, you know, touch ups and whatnot, and make it look good. But whoever did this one looked like they did it with a crayon or something. Although now that I got most of it sanded off, it looks a little better. I hate having to refinish one because, you know, you got all the freaking nicks and dings in it that you can't fix, really. So you just highlight them when you do it. But it'll look better than it did. I guess if I was really picky, I could just go to Boyd's and order new stock for it. To be honest, though, it looks enough like mold or mildew on the thing that it kind of creeps me out to touch it.
Slap on them gloves, man.
Yeah, well, I got to put my face up against the thing to shoot it. Yeah, well, like I said, I sanded most of it off already. I might get the buffer out and see if I can buff it down some. And
Well, it isn't like warped or anything, right?
no.
Oh, then it should be fine, yeah.
It's dinged as shit. I mean, there's scratches and dings in it, but I'm trying to get by without refinishing the thing. Because it, you know, I'm not good enough to make it look like it should, so. If I can get that moldy looking shit off, I'll be content.
G saying want to go live for what? Oh, oh, he was. Never mind. It was something different.
Do it live. America, fuck yeah.
Going to save the motherfucking day, yeah, America. Fuck
Yeah.
How's it going?
Hey, Rick.
Hey, Rick.
Not like. What you mean, you people?
What the hell are you talking about?
To G. He said because I was talking about him going live, and he said he meant with Z, not live with you people.
Them's fighting
I-
words.
I have a hard time automatically inserting the W sometimes with G.
So,
Well-
you racist now? Because of the
Most of the time it's all right, but if I'm not thinking, which I tend to not do sometimes. Oh well.
hey, nice stroke.
Oh no, I hear you. There's sometimes I look at the shit and be like, "What the fuck?"
Dude, how much has he drank?
What's going on?
Booty,
Okay, whatever.
booty.
Yes, W is the 9mm of letters. It's the most important one you can be missing today.
Or
We can
live-
all live without it.
Yeah, we can live without it.
You can live without it, but it sure makes life a hell of a lot easier when you have it.
W's just like 9mm. It's a German thing, I think. Except the W isn't pronounced like a V.
W's pronounced with a V in German. Instead of Weimar
realize-
Republic, Weimar.
You owe me a nickel for that double B idea.
Checks in the mail. Bet that's what it'll say.
Well, he can owe me. That's fine. I don't care.
He can owe you. There you go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get to epoxy. Because this grip is split pretty good.
Just go frickin' whittle one out. Christ's sake.
I'm not. You go fucking whittle one out. I'm not taking that much time. It'll take like
Duct tape
5
it,
minutes.
you fuck.
Duct tape.
don't
There
wanna
you go. Duct tape it like a real man.
I don't need a
No.
knife on the end of my freaking gun. That's why I carry 30-06.
This will fit on a 30-06.
Now mine it won't.
Oh yeah, because you don't buy 30-06s with bayonets or bayonet lugs.
Yeah, I gotta solve the mystery.
Tony's anti-bayonets.
No. Fucking you have deep down inside, you know he likes 9mm. He just hates it.
You take that back. He only likes 45 ACP,
You know he likes it deep down inside.
and he also likes 380 because he's that kind of guy.
383.
Because he said he wanted a Mach 11 in 380.
The suppressor.
Yeah, with a suppressor or shroud, I think.
America.
Well, fellas, I think I'm gonna go pick up my wife and get that free lunch that everybody said doesn't exist.
Bring that food, please.
It's not free. She had to work for it.
Nice side of Red Wings.
So you appreciate it, and you tell her you love her.
I certainly hope no Red Wings.
Pussy.
Wow.
I'm gonna get enough blood on my steak.
Oh hell no.
Oh shit. Yep, free lunch is the best. I agree with you totally, G. But yeah, I'll talk to you guys maybe in a little bit if you're still on when I get back.
Later, Jimmy.
Later.
Later.
Free
Damn,
lunch.
it's about freaking nap time.
What?
I said it's about nap time.
For you?
Yeah, for me. Fuck, I was up talking to G-Webs till after about 2 o'clock this morning. My time, not his. I still got up at the freaking ass crack of dawn. But it was only, 6-ish a.m. instead of 3:30 like normal.
Mm.
Yeah, we was talking about stuff to do in Illinois. Speaking of which, have you ever seen any of the mounds here, G? Like Cahokia or Dixon? That Cahokia Mound site is kind of friggin' impressive. To think that they made that big bastard by hand. I absolutely could not get up there. There's no way I could physically climb that thing today. Yeah, a lot of that stuff was pretty neat. The Cahokia site was the last one I was at, but Dixon's pretty local here. But they closed off all the dig site out of respect and whatever. But it was really friggin' neat too. But I guess I really don't dispute, the whole respect for the dead thing. So I'm not going to bitch at him about that much. I wouldn't be pissed off in 1,000 years he dug me up and said, God damn, look at that. This must have been a grouchy old bastard. Like, yep. Damn, everybody fucking bailed when Jimmy left.
Yeah, no shit.
Where the hell you at, too?
Washington.
Washington State?
Yep.
Oh, God, I can't imagine living there in that rainy place.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I really kind of suffer from seasonal affective disorder if it's a real thing.
I never thought it was a real thing until this fucking year, but it might be.
It's listed on my freaking medical charts as a real thing. I had to go chew my doctor's ass out because he put a freaking that I come in and seen him for depression because I exhibited some symptoms of depression. I said, "Look, I have never, ever came and seen you for depression." So this is, this can't be left like this because it could fuck up my right to own a gun. He said, "Well, I understand that." He said, "I'm willing to change it." He said, I wasn't trying to do anything
I'll use this one.
off the wall or anything like that too. He said, "It's just the easiest diagnosis that I could write down without having to write a whole bunch of shit about seasonal affective disorder."
Well, sometimes that's a side effect of heart issues too, isn't it?
Yeah, and most likely at the end of it, that's what it is because it was right before I'd had a heart attack. One of the number of them I've had.
Where the hell did everybody go?
Jimmy left and they all followed him.
Damn. Racism.
It's like he's a freaking Pied Piper of something or other.
Man. No, I need a safety pin. I need my safe space.
You gotta talk louder, man. I can't fucking hear you.
I need my safe space.
There we go.
I had to turn my head. Dude raped my ear for 40 minutes on the phone. Kept feeding me information against my will.
I get that occasionally too. I used to.
Yeah.
I love these fuckers. Now,
This guy isn't sending me brass though.
basically, I was a mechanic on trailers.
Yep.
Now, I worked on everything they had, but trailers was the main thing. And it's astounding the number of motherfuckers that call me and tell me what the fuck is wrong with their trailer and what I need to do to fix it for them.
Like if you knew all these things, why didn't you do it your goddamn self?
Yeah, really, it ain't that fucking hard then. You're telling me that.
I don't have a welder. I don't want to ruin my manicure. Mm-hmm. Now, do I cut this open and guess if the paperwork is in here, or do I just assume that it's not and just put this on my orphaned returns box? I like the sound of that. There's my girl. The male delivered by the female. I'll be right back.
Man, I gotta get my ass to the fucking range.
Yeah, you and me both when the water finally goes away.
I haven't even went and hit up the indoor range in the past few months. Gonna be rusty as hell. Fucking carry guns just collecting dust.
Well, I've been to the indoor range here lately, but it hasn't been great because I've loaded my fucking Black Hawk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my 43 is so bad, I think I gotta clean it just to fucking get the dust off of it.
Hell, I clean my carry gun once a week. Just get the freaking lint out of it.
I figure first round it'll knock most of that shit out of there anyway.
Damn, now I wish I had an egg. I'm freaking sick to my stomach. How's Sean doing? Mailing the mail lady?
Something like that. Either that or he's just working on it.
Dude, hurry up. She's just bringing you shit you ordered. She ain't giving you gifts. Hope to hell she ain't earshot.
Damn, I lost a Tony now. Taken out. This is what happens when things get busy at my shop.
You say what?
This is what happens when things get busy at my shop. Now my mailman woman, the affair girl, she wants to buy her first gun. So I was like, oh, okay. I was like, well, if you have any questions, you can ask me. And she's like, oh, do you know things about guns? And I kind of just smirked. I was like, do I know things about guns? Like I could hear Tony probably screaming through the earbud, call it the Oracle. Yeah. My package from Auburn Hills, Michigan has arrived today. Thank you, Squib.
Well, did you offer to take her to the range?
Yes, actually I did. What I
I'm
told her
sure
to
you
do
did.
first was I told her to jump on YouTube and just basically look up guns that she saw that interest her and to make a little mental list, and then any questions she had about them she can ask me tomorrow. So I gave her a homework assignment more or less. Works out pretty good. I showed her the Makarov because I carry it to work now.
Oh, you're not carrying a cannon?
Nope, not today. It's too hot. Way too hot. Well, actually, you know what? It's not. My mistake. It's hot in the shop. It's actually really nice outside. I'll be spending the rest of my day loading 30 shells because I've got however many are in that box. It's a priority mailbox, flat rate box. It's pretty big, so it's pretty heavy too. I think it weighs like 7 or 8 pounds. And when I get home, I'll get another box that weighs 10 pounds from Midway. So I'm like, yes, it's like raining brass at my house.
Had Squib sent you that other stuff?
Yeah. I was telling them the other day, I was like, it's really annoying that Starline doesn't even sell 30 brass. I'm like, they've got the most oddball shit, and yet they don't have 30 brass. And he's like, I got a whole coffee can full of it if you want it. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, send me your address. Job done.
Right on.
Now I have a return address because I told him, I said, if you were ever wanting for 45 ACP, I was like, I've got a couple of boxes just sitting here with no place to go. I'm like, I'll send them to you. And he's like, dude, I've got like 3,000 or 4,000 rounds of that sitting around. Okay. See, I have to read G's messages and think where to put the W's. I watched it twice to be certain whose sexist it was. How sexist it was. Oh, and then Angry was asking. Yes, Angry. Yes. No, see, the thing is I marry Taylor Swift and I eat off of Charlotte McKinney. I can dream, right? Actually, I think Charlotte McKinney just got married. She's now become disqualified. I think. I'm about to find out. Oh, she's not married yet. What up?
Taylor Swift ain't bad.
No, I know. She's my first wife choice, followed by Charlize Theron, and then maybe Charlotte McKinney.
So, you know what the implications are for this nuclear option bullshit?
Nothing. We're just basically playing by the rules Obama made up the last term.
But doesn't it set precedents that they're actually using it?
No, Obama's administration did it, so they're just playing along. They're just doing the same thing. It's sort of like that whole shit with the travel ban. The president did not come up with the travel ban. He literally looked at a list that Obama used in 2008, and he was like, let's just go with this. Hey, let's just use this one. And now liberals are losing their fucking mind over it. I mean, the nuclear option could be described as it's either this or we sue the Democratic Party for deliberately undermining the democratic process because they're just being a bunch of stubborn little children. Everything's been voted on party lines, not individuals. That's my theory. Okay, so you're named after a former wrestler, so I need to ask you something. Did Undertaker actually retire at WrestleMania? Because I've heard it both ways, and it doesn't sound like he is.
I have no idea. I saw something on Facebook that said he left his shit in the ring and said he's done, but I did never fucking know.
I saw him leave his stuff in the ring, but it wasn't, he didn't say he was done. It was just, I left my stuff in the ring.
Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't followed that shit in a long time.
Me neither. Matter of fact, I stopped watching it after he got his first loss at WrestleMania. I was like, this is bullshit. I was like, you don't do this to your legends.
Actually, I never really followed it.
I followed Mickie James. I thought she was hot. And she's into horses. Oh,
Yeah.
That's cool.
I didn't get my name because I was into it or followed it. I got my name when I started hanging out with older crowd, and
They were into it.
Too Hottie guy was always an older wrestler.
Yeah. Wasn't he like the son-in-law or the son of Jim Ross or something?
He,
I don't know. I don't keep up with it anymore. I knew Booker T before he was Booker T. Him and his brother, actually, when they were Harlem Heat. I personally knew them. They owned a car wash like right up the street from my first job. They were just two guys.
Booker T. He was a black dude, right?
Yeah.
Wore all the gold chains and all that shit.
Kind of dreadlocks, and he was all right. They sort of wrote him to be like a bit of an idiot, though, on the show. I didn't like that. I was like, why do you let them sort of clown your character like this? He was like, hey, man, it's a job.
That's what they want, and they're writing the fucking paycheck, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Do this again.
Fucking news. Russia, Syria, Russia, Syria, Russia, Syria.
You know, how about Russia nukes Syria, ending conflict?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. It's politically insensitive.
Well, no, the Clinton News Network saying that Trump is looking at options to take out Assad.
It's called a bunker buster. Pretty sure that would do the job. Pretty sure.
Oh yeah, they're talking about taking out his airfields and making sure his planes can't fly and blah blah blah. It's just like, this is all shit Obama should have done, right?
Yeah. Oh, you heard about Tim Kaine today, right? He was like, this is now on your watch, Mr. President. I'm just like, wow. Yeah, let's just ignore the last 7 years, you know, when the conflict started on Obama's watch. And he did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you draw a red line and then do fucking nothing about it.
Everyone hopscotches over it. Double Dutch style. Holy crap. Some of these returns, man. It says the first word that describes this item, it says it's USB. And this woman's complaint was this had a USB plug. Well, no shit, Captain Obvious.
Job security.
Yes. charge her restocking too. Lucky me. Now I'm kind of stoked about the mailman wanting to go shooting. I'm like, this is awesome.
You said you got a thing for her, don't you?
A little bit. The cool thing is my neighbor of 16 years, I didn't know carried. I didn't discover that until I think last week. Shit, I gotta get this. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that wasn't too bad. Damn it.
What up, Knives?
Yo. I thought I was gonna go somewhere, but plans canceled.
Hmm.
Hey, do you guys know what this nuclear deal means?
Yeah, I just asked Sean about it a little bit ago.
Oh.
Fuck, I don't know. Fuck it, though. Just what they did to stop the Democrats from holding it up any further.
Well, they've been treating that fool, that horses guy like shit.
I thought this was the first time it's ever been done, but he said the Obama administration did it at some point over something.
No, I think they did it over that what you would call Obamacare.
Yeah, I got no idea, really. Sean explained it to me, and I still don't really have much of a clue. Hopefully we get him in there, and then Ginsburg decides to retire or do something, and we get another one in there.
I don't know nothing about the guy. I just know they be treating him like shit. I gotta look more into it.
Yeah, I haven't researched him or anything, but seems to be a conservative guy. So said he's not going to make rulings based off emotion and all that bullshit. Law is the law. So
He did actually make a Diane Feinstein look like a bitch.
Thank God, man. Like suddenly everybody wants to get a hold of me. It's like, hey, he wants to go home and reload. Let's call him. Let's call him right now. That sounds like a great idea.
last night my news said that North Korea fired another ballistic missile last night, but
Yeah, the news
not-
says they did, but they actually just lit another Roman candle.
because it made it sound like that was 2 in 2 days.
It was. Their missiles are getting closer to the Japanese coast. The latest one can reach 41 miles off the coast, so they're getting a little bit better. I guess they found a better gunpowder.
Wait, they got within 41 miles?
Yep,
Of-
missile landed 41 miles off the coast.
All right, the last one I paid any attention to, they were like 200 miles.
Yeah.
What?
Well, here's the funny thing. This is how short-sighted people are. They fired the missile in an easterly direction, and it landed 41 miles off the coast, which means it traveled, 600 miles? Something like that. And it landed 41 miles off the coast of Japan. Take that point on a compass from where it launched to where it landed and draw a circle, and that is the effective range. And that covers the entire country of South Korea. And they didn't even put that together yet. That's how dim-witted these people are. They're talking about Japan. They don't even realize they can hit anywhere they want in Korea now.
I mean, how long is Japan just going to sit back and let these things get closer and closer and fucking closer?
You think they're going to do anything? You know what it's going to take? It's going to take a joint meeting with the president of China, the president of Russia, and the president of the United States. And they all need to be standing together, locked in arms in front of the world. And they're going to, and the Chinese and the Russians are going to say, we're just letting the world know that if anybody intervenes in North Korea, we're not going to help them. And as soon as they get that green light, the Korean War will end within 2 hours.
Well, didn't we just send over some sort of batteries to both Japan and South Korea?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I mean, maybe.
But
I'm just
Lawrence was there, man.
I'm just guessing one of these tests that the North Koreans do, we're gonna fucking blow it out of the sky.
Well, I brought this up yesterday, but the thing is like, I think it was in 2009, they torpedoed and sunk a destroyer, and like a shit ton of sailors got killed, and they still didn't do a damn thing about it. So they actually killed people, and they still didn't do anything. That's why I keep saying we are being led by idiots. Like we as human society, we are being led by idiots. That's why Alaska is so nice this time of year. You're away from everything, everybody. Booze is a bit expensive though. Y'all come down to Gunchannels Island, 4 miles off the Kodiak coast. I'll be the guy with a 1,300-pound guard dog named Bear. Man, that was awfully nice of this guy. He sent me a return, and he left a bunch of Smarties in there, those little candies. In the packaging still.
See, trying to call you a smartass?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with him on the phone?
And gas or rice and something. They don't take me out. Seven minutes away from the final countdown. Let me guess. This asshole. Yeah. Guy buys a 5-volt fan. It's supposed to be quiet. Plugs it into a 12-volt outlet. It spins 2.5 times faster than it's supposed to, and he's wondering why it's so noisy. Learn to read. It's got tooling marks on it. This shit's screwed. I can't resell this. I need to edit my video for my Berettas. Like I did the recording for it over a week ago. I still haven't put it on the channel. That's why I was so eager to trade it off. I was like, I already finished recording everything for it that I was going to do. This guy has great handwriting.
Was that part of your trade for your recent lever gun?
Yeah, I traded the subcompact Storm. I had it for almost a full year, and I've only shot it once, and I wasn't really fond of it. I just kind of bought it on impulse. I kept the compact, though. I like that one.
People have been saying that that's a PX4 Storm, right?
Mhm.
People have been saying those are good shooters.
They are. The rotating barrel compact and the full size, they're fantastic. The tilt barrel, it's not that I have anything against it. It's just my hands are kind of big, and it never quite felt right in my hands. And I was looking for a reason to trade it, honestly. I had a really good deal on that 30-30, so I was like, I can't buy the gun outright, so I'll just trade this one. And if I ever want another one, I'll just buy another one, you know? And by the time I buy another one later, it'll be cheaper, so. I'm cool with it.
'70 Nova, 55,000.
What?
A '70 Nova, 5,500.
Hmm. That's see. I don't like that Nova. Sorry, I know that's harsh. Because I had a '68 Chevelle, and that's basically what the Nova was in '70. It was just like another Chevelle. It's not a bad car. Don't get me wrong. It's just the Nova that came before that one was way nicer.
I can't afford the Chevelle one.
What's your budget? I paid $1,200 for my Chevelle.
I found one that's kind of fucked up. Hold on.
Like there's a shop on the way home from here that I passed by, and they've got a 1956 Bel Air 4-door. So the fact that it's a 4-door kind of lowers the sell value because everybody wants a coupe. But this thing is fucking nice. It's like pigeon blood red with a black top. It's a hard top, but they painted the white top traditionally white. They painted this one black. It looks awesome. Can't get me started on car talk, man. Gio get pissed. He's like, God damn it! If you're not talking about police cars or guns, I don't want to hear it.
Ah, 93 Dorito.
What?
A 1993 Dorito.
Fuck.
RX-7.
I hated that car, man. I had one. Mine was a '91, but it's same generation. I hated that car. I went through so many engine repairs on that thing. Apex seals are garbage.
Oh, they got
Injection
some
system
new
is shit.
They got some new ones right now. Pretty good.
Yeah, Renesys revamp of the motor in the RX-8 or whatever. It's slightly better, but it's still prone to the same issues. Like the seals are better, that's for sure. The computer control on it's better. They're inefficient as shit though when it comes to fuel economy. It's like you got to spin them up to 9,000 RPM before you get any real power out of them. It was a neat idea, but it's a gimmicky engine. Like I've seen the 4-rotor version of that engine though. I think it's called the 24B or the 20B. That thing is awesome.
26B.
26, yeah. That thing is fucking badass.
The 20B, I think the 3-rotor.
That's the 3-rotor, yeah. Yeah, I used to have the hots for rotary engines, but they let me down way too many times. I went back into like big displacement V8s and like intermediate displacement, like my 4.4 liter BMW V8. That's probably one of the finest engines I've ever got to play with and modify. I got like, I think it was 507 horsepower out of it. And it didn't take a whole lot to do it. I think I only put like boost, supercharged, 507 horsepower. Car did little over 206 miles an hour. Loved it.
I found something I like. 65 Pontiac Tempest.
Let me look at it. I had a Tempest too. Is this the one with the lopped off 4-cylinder? Oh no, this is the bigger one.
There's a link.
This is the one with 326, I think. Yeah, 326 V8. These are nice. I had the one that came before this. It was a smaller car back then. It had the 196 4-cylinder. It was basically the 326 cut in half. You're gonna have to do it in the channel chat, not in here, because I can't see it.
I'm sorry. I'll send it to you later on.
Okay. The only problem you're gonna run into with a Tempest is the controller arms and ball joints in them are atrocious. Like they break constantly. My dad had one too, and he was saying that he had to send it in for recall work so many times that they just gave up on the car. Like my dad was like, "Fuck this." They put brand new controller arms with brand new ball joints in it. He drove 5 miles and it was already clicking. And I'm like, "Fuck that." He traded it in for a AMC Matador, I think it was. Big ass car. that up real quick. Or is it an ambassador? Yeah, I think it was ambassador. It's huge. Yeah, ambassador. Big, gigantic, puke green, fucking monster AMC. He said that car was good to him. So the dog threw up in the back seat.
I had a buddy. Every time he used to rebuild his carburetor,
Mhm.
he used to build instead of building the carburetor, he used to take out the whole block. Might as well.
Volkswagen?
Nah, it was a '69 El Camino, the 427.
Jesus. 69. That was a. Let's see, I think did they use the Malibu front end back then?
I think so.
The Malibu Classic, I think it was.
Everybody had those little slopes on the side.
Let's see. Oh no, 69. This is the Chevelle front end. Oh, this was a nice one. Definitely a nice one.
I knew a guy who had one of those and he restored it from body and took, off the frame and all that stuff. And I forget what he put in it, but that thing was a fucking screamer. It was so light and it was nothing but engine and it was scary fast.
Yeah, I built a 84. It was the one that used the Malibu, the small Malibu front end. And yeah, we built a 383 for it. And then he wanted a 700 R4, but I talked him into a turbo 350 with a lockup converter. That was 2,800 stall. That thing would scream, dude. And the only other one I ever driven and worked on was the first generation. A lot of people don't remember there was a first generation El Camino before the Chevelle ones. 59, the Batwing one. Ooh, you want to talk about a nice car? Shit. It didn't sell very well, so they didn't make very many of them. They're really hard to find these days. And the one we drove was a beater, but I still adored it just because it had those huge fins in the back. That's what got me attracted to the 59 Impala. Like my three favorite Impalas are the first three. Everything after that, just garbage. And I know that's harsh saying that about the 62 and the 64 and the 65. But
63 is the best.
you like the Big Worm one?
63.
Yeah. Isn't that the one that Big Worm drove in Friday?
No. That was a 62.
Was it? 61s are actually. Oh, I guess I'm being unkind. I'll say 58 to 65. Because I like the 61 bubble top too.
The 64s have been converted to fucking lowriders and shit.
Right.
Sorry about that. That's my people.
It's all right.
I don't
No,
like
dude, because I like those fucking. I like the Chevrolet Master Deluxe from the 30s, and they make lowriders out of that. I love those. They put like the red spotlights on them. I totally dig that. My neighbor's got a 63 actually. Now that I'm looking at it, his shit's hammered too. But he did it the cheap way. He just cut the coil so it rides like garbage.
I fucking hate that shit. Do it the right way.
Well, I told him if he was going to cut the coils to let me bag the coils, and he was like, "I can't afford that."
Watch ball joints start fucking up.
Yeah. Actually, when I was growing up, we used to jokingly call ourselves the Ghetto Boys Car Club. Because we used to do that shit. We'd take like Silverados and S10s and we'd cut the shock towers and fucking bag them and shit. People are putting like $5-6 grand in an air ride system. We've been doing it in the fucking garage on a weekend with like 2 cases of beer and fucking $400 worth of parts, at a big rig shop outfitter. Get the bags from a dump truck, job done. Worked every time. Only problem is some of these guys were really crappy with a grinder and they'd cut the edges real sharp and the bag would only last like, I don't know, 10 minutes.
Fucking goes up and down like twice and it's fucked up.
Yeah, it explodes. Product not activate on my computer and makes a loud noise. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, I was telling my mailman, you know, this shop, it's only 2 blocks away from where my friend's dad was murdered 20 years ago. And that's why I told her I carried to work every day. And I told her that, you know, it really annoyed me that the police, they just saw it as, you know, this is a Nigerian dude closing up his business. He got robbed. There's no motive, you know, they didn't look into it or whatever. So I wrote our new governor, and supposedly he had the case reopened. And then my friend just called me not too long ago. And he was like, hey, my mom was saying that she got interviewed by the Stafford police and they want to know more. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I hope it works out for him. Like, I didn't tell him that I wrote a letter. Let's try this shit. That just really bothered me because, I mean, I pass by it every day. And every time I would drive by it, I see it and it annoys me. I'm just like, cops didn't do their job out here. In this area. They're not all of them are like that, obviously.
Well, when I got shot, the cops just pushed that under the rug. They didn't even attempt to
Irritating,
investigate it. Yep. And then they fucking idiots only classified it as some sort of assault, so the statute ran out. And
So they couldn't open an investigation later.
yep.
They just wanted to kind of sweep you under the rug and move on.
Yep. That's what happens when the gang unit gets involved.
Oh, it's the final countdown. Sweet. I've been reading up on 444 Marlin most of the day.
Countdown.
Yeah. I just need a burrito in the microwave to spin endlessly. I saw something this morning on the way to work that reminded me of you, Knives. And I know it's a joke, okay, but I saw this truck and it was slammed, man. This was a 1-ton Ford and the back bumper was like a 1/4 inch off the ground because it was so overloaded with fruit in the back. The first thing I thought of was Night Strike going, hey, did Knives move to Texas? If you did, the crops were good, man. That truck was hammered.
We used to call them verduleros. We used to call them the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And they used to sell their stuff in the back of the truck.
Yeah, like this dude, he pulls up to the gas station like a block away from his house, I can tell. And they set up a stand, and him and his wife and his 2 daughters run it. They're really cool. I stop by all the time, but it's just that one this morning when I saw that thing that low to the ground, I'm like, good God, what the hell's he got in there? He was loaded for bear.
No, this guy used to go to every hood around Long Beach.
Yeah, he said he used to actually go into a neighborhood, and then he had 2 bikes with the carts on them in the front, and he would roll through neighborhoods and stuff, but he was like, cops kept running him off, so he just asked this guy at this corner store if he could set up right at the corner of his lot or whatever. He says he pays the dude like $100 a month for rent to do that, and the guy's cool with it. It's an entrepreneur, man. Make your money.
Yep.
And then the other thing I saw today, which was kind of disturbing, was it was a livestock trailer, and it was full of goats. And I knew exactly where it was going. There's this place. It's an African grocery, and it's just outside the county line. And the funny thing about it to me is I read the sign, and it says chickens, geese, hens, and then it says big billy goats. And I always say it with like a Jamaican accent. I'm like, big billy goats. But I knew that's where he was going. And the only reason it irks me is how they actually butcher the animals. I actually went in there one time because my friend was buying a duck. And and like they took the duck and they dropped it head first into a funnel, a big steel funnel, and his head barely poked out the bottom, and they just cut its throat in front of a bucket. And I was like, oh my god. I mean, I obviously I know that's how you eat, but what they do to the billy goats is even worse. And I was just like, fuck that. I am never going here ever. I'm like, there has to be some sort of violation here, but you know what? He's been there for like 20 years. Make your money. I'm just not going there.
Oh, I was saying that shit in Mexico. My aunt just got the goat upside down and just started cutting his neck.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? They bleed him out like that. I'm just like, really? You can't like air hammer it in the back of the head first, or plug a 22 round into him or something?
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't eat.
But I mean, you know what? People got to eat, and that's the way they eat. So I'm not judging them. I'm just like, I just don't have to choose to be over there to see it. And I saw that whole trailer full of goats, and I'm like, I know where you're going. And sure as shit, he turned right into that parking lot. I'm like, fuck.
Goodbye.
I'm like, nice knowing you.
The few seconds I met you.
Yep. What was really weird was he had a lot of females in there too.
Don't they get males?
Yeah, usually the farms just take the males, but this trailer had females in it because I'm like, you could tell because I mean they had like udders, you know, teats. Yes, I'm checking out goat tits. Well, the trailer was taller than my car, so I was like looking up, and all I saw was nothing but the back of a goat, and I saw these things hanging off, and I'm like, that's a female goat. Like, where are you going? Oh well, whatever. I can't wait to get home, play with my new toys. I got to put the rail in the 336.
Oh, you got a new,
Huh?
you got a new toy?
Well, I got a Marlin 336 last week.
Ah,
I traded off one of my Berettas for it. I wanted a lighter shooting lever gun, something I could take my dad with me.
okay.
He can't shoot the 45-70. It beats him up, so I had to get something he can use. But the 336 will have a reflex sight on it, so I thought that was kind of cool. A little touch of modern in something that's classic.
Reflex sight on a lever gun?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I've got one. It's just sitting there doing nothing, so have a little fun with it, you know? It was an accidental return that came to the wrong place, and my boss was like, Merry Christmas. I was like, sweet. We have a shop up the street that well, one of the shops up the street actually builds custom 1911s. Or they just do custom work on 1911s. I can't remember which. They're a small outfit though. Like I've never heard of them, but I know that they're there though.
What kind of reflex sight was it?
The one is like a sight mark or something like that. It's nothing fancy. I'm not paying that royalty. Yeah, I want to say it's a sight mark. It's got like 5 different reticles, or it's got 4 different reticles, 5 different brightnesses, 2 different colors. And it's all metal. So I'm like, cool, I'll give it a shot. Literally.
I got a cheap Barsco one like that. I had on my 1022 takedown.
I basically I want it to be a point and shooter gun for my dad, you know? Put the dot on the target. As long as it hits like within an inch of that dot, that's good enough for him. Because it's going to be something he has to snap shoot with, you know? It's like we're not going for fucking sub MOA at 3,000 yards or something. This is only a 200-yard gun. So.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
You load 223?
No. It was too cheap for me to buy at the time. I will again though, eventually though. Oh, look what we got. We traded a knives for a Tony. They bought the wrong stuff.
All right, bitches, I'm back.
So
You need to talk louder, Ponery.
What'd you do? Take a nap?
But he enjoyed his pie and had a nap.
Nope. I took some nitro.
Oh, out of necessity.
Not drop dead necessity. No, just discomfort.
Oh my God. Oh shit! Thanks for reminding me. I forgot to take mine after lunch. Totally forgot. Like I've been feeling like shit for the last 2 hours too.
Nitro will kind of help with stomach issues too.
Yeah, so
Certain stomach issues.
I'm still waiting on a replacement bottle. They said that they shipped it 3 weeks ago. Never got it. Then a week later, they said they shipped another one. Never got it. And then 2 days ago, they said they were going to overnight me one. Never got it. And I'm almost out. So there will be hell to pay.
I'm sure your dad ain't rat holing it and hoarding it on you?
Now, what I told him what was funny was if he goes to the doctor and then she hands him 3 full bottles saying, they keep sending these to me. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Well, now at least the mystery is solved.
Well, because in violation of federal law, I'm giving it to my son.
Right. Now I'm only 8 or 9 days away. I can go in there and just make it official. Still works though. So.
If you have a like I've had my stomach valve repaired because I had a hiatal hernia, and basically what they do is they wrap it and tie a knot in it, for lack of a better description. And like if I eat something hot, like the pot pie, that will clench up. And then whatever I eat after just sticks in my esophagus like I'm...
You didn't really eat the pot pie though, did you? You just sort of ate the crust.
Still, the esophagus doesn't hold a hell of a lot.
Right. Oh, so you were kind of choking up because you were backed up.
No. I wasn't choking. It was just you have the urge that you want to throw up.
Yeah.
And then it hurts because of the stuff sitting on the repaired stomach valve. And the nitro will cause that valve to open up.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because it opens up pretty much everything on you.
Right. So it'll stop the blood flow loss to the fingers. It'll stop that stomach valve thing. It will help reduce indigestion and heartburn, because it also helps force the stomach to empty itself out.
I gotta send something.
There's a whole bunch of shit that nitro does that's pretty harmless to you. You know,
I gotta send this to my boss. He's gonna love seeing this. I'll be right back.
okay. I don't know why I bother.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Knives.
How was your nap?
How's it going? I didn't have a nap.
I thought you took a nap.
No. I just said I felt like I needed one. Because I stayed up really late, and then I still got up pretty early. But I ain't taking a nap because I want to go to bed tonight and go to sleep. Unless the wife won't leave me alone, which is unlikely.
Tell her you're not an animal.
Yes, dear, I do whatever she wants.
I'm not a machine. DB.
Yo, gun
You
people.
only come in here when you're
Oh.
driving somewhere.
Yeah, I can't, living in my mom's basement now. She doesn't want me chatting about guns. She says it's not
okay.
healthy. Especially after we listened to Matt's chat last night, where a bunch of grown men were arguing over a centimeter in terms of caliber, which is very strange, but I listened to it anyway. Did you know?
They obviously didn't know how to read a damn tape measure either, because it ain't a centimeter difference.
They were talking about 20 mil. They were literally talking like wrong math. Like they were like, the difference between 9mm and 40s, it could be up to 20mm. No, it can't. But whatever. I don't think so.
1 friggin' millimeter. Pretty
It's
simple.
1 centimeter. It's 1 centimeter. Anyway,
Nothing.
I was listening.
It's 1
I just
millimeter.
wanted to fucking choke somebody, man. Fucking kidding me?
Yeah, no shit.
2017, we're arguing about this shit.
I stayed out of it when they started the whole caliber fucking debate.
What did I miss?
Dude,
Yeah.
I learned this a long time ago from what's-his-face. It was the best thing I ever learned from Hickok. A caliber is synonymous with an inch. So, in terms of caliber, 1 caliber is an inch. 1 inch. 0.30 caliber versus 0.40 caliber is literally, we're talking about a fucking centimeter in circumference. It's like a fucking joke. So 30 caliber, 40 caliber, even 30 to 45, that's a bigger difference. But either way, arguing over 40 and 9 to me is like, it's a dead thing already. It's dead. But I couldn't jump in. My mom was beating me up. She was like, how could you listen to this? I was like, oh, Mom, I promise I'll stop listening to this shit. I can't. I'm addicted.
And they launch into the whole, temporary wound channel. And I'm like, fucking medical reviews have said that doesn't matter because the human body's elastic.
Oh, right. It zips back. All right. It'll zip back. However, what does matter is putting some rounds into a fucking brain or a heart or a spine. That's what fucking matters.
Yeah, you poke holes into important parts. It don't matter how big they are.
Honestly, I wouldn't want to carry 9 ball, but I would. If I had to, I'm still going to shoot you directly in the fucking face as many times as I have to.
That's all I got.
That's all I got.
If it's all I got, I'll carry 22 long rifle. I don't give a shit. It's a gun, better than nothing.
CCI mini mags, dude. That's the shit right there.
Stangers.
Fill these fuckers in, dude. Rat-a-tat-tatty. No, I was going to say, though, because Heavy B and I had a conversation one night, and I exposed him for the 9mm racist he is. This guy is so fucking 9mm racist. He said to me, he literally tried to argue that he shoots 40 better than 9mm. So if he had a Glock 19 and a Glock 23 on a table, that he would shoot the 40 better than the 9mm. I think. I could have been drinking. I'm not sure. Either way, when someone goes down that path, like, come on, dude. You anybody on earth is going to shoot the 9mm gun of the same weight and size better than the 40 caliber version of it. So it don't matter if it's an M&P shield, an M&P shield, Glock, H&K, whatever the fuck it is. There's no way in hell you could be like, I shoot the 40 better. How?
Better are going to be I shoot a Glock better than I shoot a 1911 or vice versa.
Yeah. But you can't tell me that. That's like, to me, the most ridiculous shit. There's no way you can shoot the 9mm of the same exact gun. It's the same gun.
I'm glad you said
Really,
same exact gun, because I can't shoot 9 for shit. I can't shoot semi-autos for shit. My accuracy is crap because I teacup grip because I'm a revolver guy.
The
something about the
45
9
guys-
something about the 40. Whatever.
the 45 guys who harp on that big bullet theory, I'm like, fuck, I carry 44 Magnum then because you get big bullets that's going really fucking fast.
Yeah, I'll take 45. If we were talking ball, fuck, why would I want 40? If we were stuck to just ball ammo, I can understand being like, oh, I'm gonna carry 45. But why the fuck would you want 40 if we were all stuck with carrying ball ammo?
I agree with you on that one. I would
Yeah.
prefer 45 over 9 in ball
Yeah.
because it's
I
less
prefer
likely
50 ball.
less likely to poke through them and the guy behind them.
Yeah. The point is that I guess my point is that I'm not carrying ball. Not me.
I'm trying to switch up and start carrying a 44 Magnum revolver.
Oh, that's a good choice.
You better get that trigger job.
No, I'm come close to killing things without a trigger job.
Yeah, he almost killed his thumb.
You don't want that trigger job, that polish, that smooth polish.
Oh man, my performance center trigger is freaking badass. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
I ain't gonna bitch about that Blackhawk trigger. That some bitch
Oh,
is
no,
really good.
That's a single action gun though. I mean, it's gonna be crisp no matter what.
Now, I haven't tried the 29. If I get one of those, I may do a little work on the trigger, but I would say probably not. I ran stock Smith & Wessons a number of times, and I didn't have any problem with the stock trigger.
What the fuck?
I think the last 686 that I dry fired in the shop, shit was fucking. It felt like I had a trigger job. You know? Shit was so good.
That's what I say. I carried Smith & Wesson revolvers when I worked for the government. And they were all fine. They weren't quite as good as the Python, but they were, 30, 40% less money too. All I'm waiting on now is the government to say, yeah, you're disabled.
Uh-oh.
Send me a check.
They were like, yep, you're disabled. Here's your check. Turn in your gun.
Well, they've already sent me the letter saying I'm not disabled twice. My doctor got pissed off and wrote him one back saying, this fucker's disabled if anybody is.
Where's my headset? Ah! My bad. I listened to some of Matt's chat. It wasn't all bad. But arguing over 40 to arguing over 9mm 30 cal versus 40 cal. And that poor kid, I don't know who he was, but
modern ballistics, and obviously there's a fucking reason. Thanks to, we can blame the FBI that they have a standard, this FBI standard on ballistics, which is like, I think it was like a minimum of 12 or 13 inches. I forgot the actual number. It was something like minimum of 13 inches and maximum of 18 inches with an expansion rate of this and like 20%, 30% expansion rate through the ballistic gel, blah, blah, blah. Like that's the standard we wanted. And they got to the point in the last 30 years where everything is performing almost exactly to that standard. So no matter what, even 9mm plus P plus, or, like you don't even need that almost, because like standard 124 grain plus P gold dot, the difference between that and the plus P stuff is so fucking small. Like and it's all performing, the hollow points are performing all the same. They're not going past 18 inches. They're expanding a certain amount percentage wise. And so at this point, it's all pretty much
What?
even playing field.
Do you remember what started that conversation? Wasn't
In
it?
match chat?
Yeah. What wasn't it? Just I can only carry 10 rounds. What should I carry? Some bullshit.
Yeah.
Something
Yes.
like that.
Yeah. Which is funny because I
Match.
used to be on the forums, like internet forums, and I would hear that question would come up all the time. And everyone would be like, oh, I can only carry 10 rounds. Well, I'd carry 40, or I'd carry 45, or I'd carry 357 SIG, or whatever the fuck it was. And I noticed like some of the more hardcore guys that were like shooting a lot, like guys who were really good, or trained a lot, or whatever the fuck. Like the guys in the forums that were like moderators and they were the whatever go-to guys, believe it or not. But they would say, I'm sticking with what I got. Like I don't care. I'm carrying a Glock 19. If it's 15 rounds, if it's 10 rounds, if it's like that's the gun I shoot well. That's the gun I'm going to carry. I'm not changing because it's 10. Like I don't. There's no need for me to change. I shoot it well enough and blah 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 because they realize that they shoot so fucking good with what they got that going to 40 or going to something else like 45, they're just not going to shoot as good. So what the fuck? A hit, a left lung hit is still a fucking left lung hit. You know what I mean? Like you need to hit at central nervous system. Blow someone's fucking heart out. Blow someone's fucking brain out. Hit someone in the spine. That's what shuts people off. Not a fucking shoulder hit with a shoulder hit with a 44 Magnum to a guy with a chainsaw in your face. You know what I mean? He's not dead. He's gonna cut your head off. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I start thinking about timers and switches, and realize that you hit somebody in the collarbone with a 45 ACP. He's not. You didn't turn him off. So these guys would be like, nah, better with a 9. I'm gonna put 2 to 3 rounds dead in his heart. I'll shoot it faster, I shoot it more accurate, and I'm not changing my caliber. And I used to be like, that's crazy. But I'm not there yet, but I'm telling you, man, the better I get, the more I'm like, yeah, I'm not switching caliber. You know what I mean? Fuck that. I'm shooting at a pretty fucking good accuracy rate, and my speed, my follow-up shots are fucking so awesome. Fuck am I gonna change for? I just lost 5 rounds, big deal. That's my soliloquy.
Hey, Knives, buy that Tempest.
I wish I had that money, dude.
That's actually not bad.
I've been carrying a fucking 43, so I'm already at 7 rounds.
I'm carrying a Makarov today.
Really?
Yeah, I'm carrying the Goldilocks 9 today.
Are there any good base plates, +2 base plates out for the 43?
Terran Tactical, and who else? Vickers.
That's what I carry.
Vickers.
That's what I've been carrying most of the time. That and the LCP in the front pocket, but
Yeah, I mean, it's getting hotter and shit. And then when I really don't give a fuck about what people think, I carry the 19 anyway. I'm printing like crazy. Printing like a brother fax machine. Printing like a Hewlett Packard. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, the 43 is like no one fucking can tell. Like nobody.
yeah, like when I carry the 19, I'm outside the waistband, but 43 is, inside.
Hell, I carry a Smith & Wesson right now. It's SD9, but I have it and a Sigma both. I carry either one of them inside the waistband. I haven't had anybody point it out yet.
Yeah, my goal is my group size is to be 0. Like it should be 1 hole. When my group size is 1 hole, like at super fast speed, my follow-ups are like that, like looking like a little clover leaf.
Damn.
That's what I'm talking about. Like then who gives a shit? Like, if switching to 40 is going to make my group look like a fucking wide, ridiculous group, I don't need it.
Damn, sounds like I missed a good panel last night.
No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. That whole 940 shit is so annoying these days.
You know, that might have been a valid argument in like the 80s, but like gunpowders are better, projectiles are better, brass is even better, and the guns that shoot them are even better. So,
Or actually, it was not 940. It was 945.
yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. Every time I get into a debate like that, I just look at all my wheel guns and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm behind the curve anyway. So,
Well, that's after getting that Ruger, I'm thinking, if you want that big bullet, why don't you get it in something that puts it out there really fucking fast?
well, I mean, like Yankee's got one of those Performance Center 44s, and it's awesome. Like, I'd carry that. Why not? It's heavy, but I'd carry it. Fuck it. I got open carry in my state, so. It's like, you only got 6 rounds. What do you carry? 44 Magnum.
That's right. Clint Eastwood can't be wrong.
Oh,
That's
you're welcome, Native. I posted that earlier today. We were talking about things that we want to eat off of. I just
Hey, Sean, so you like that Tempest?
yeah, I like that. That's kind of my flavor for 60s cars.
It looks pretty clean except for that fucking steering wheel.
Looks like it just got
Don't tell
finished
DB.
too.
DB bailed out.
Yeah. He just wanted to have his monologue.
His mom must have caught him.
Did you guys hear that story last night?
Hmm.
Part 2? Part 3 or part 2?
Nope.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I got in there right at the start of that stupid fucking caliber debate.
I fell asleep through it.
Did they do a list also?
I don't remember.
No, there wasn't a top 5 or top 10 last night.
No, they did the caliber debate, and it strung out for so freaking long that they just ended the show when it was done, basically.
Was Yankee there?
No,
No.
not when I was
Yeah.
there.
That would have been eternal.
I've been all along one that says I don't give a shit what you carry as long as you carry something.
Yeah. I mean, we have a minimum caliber requirement for concealed carry here, or open carry, I guess. It's 32 caliber, but I mean, if you qualify on something 32 and up, but you feel like carrying a PMR 30 that day, fucking rock that shit. 30 rounds of 22 Magnum, I do not want to be anywhere near the front of that.
No, I don't want to be near the front of anything with 30 rounds of 22 long rifle. Any hole that you weren't born with is going to fucking hurt.
Yeah. Nope, I don't want to be in front of any of that shit. And like DB was saying, is like, if you got popped in a lung shot by 2 or 3 of those, you're gonna have a really bad day. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Yeah, but the thing is he was going at it the other angle. It's not going to shut him off instantly.
Yeah,
which is
that's true.
true. But you don't have to shut somebody off instantly if you can get them to rethink their.
No, I know what he's talking about. If you're pushed to a point where you have to actually use force, then use the force. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I get it.
It's like you don't have to be merciful if the other guy on the other end is trying to kill you. You don't have to.
I'm not talking about being merciful. I'm talking about just hits.
Yeah.
If you can convince them to stop by poking holes in them, then you've done your job. But, put plenty of holes.
I like the whole idea. I saw this one video of a guy in I think it was Thailand. He was trying to steal a scooter or something, because those are really big in Southeast Asia because vehicles are expensive, roads are narrow, there's a lot of people. This dude was in a parked covered garage and he was trying to steal this guy's like scooter, and this dude come running out and he pointed a gun at the guy that was trying to steal his shit. The guy turned, he shot him in the back twice. Now the guy had an accomplice. The accomplice ran away. The guy that got shot in the back twice couldn't, because the first shot went up into his shoulder blades and the second one hit him directly in the spine and both his legs just dropped out from under him. And he used a 380 to do it.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I do
shit.
disagree with DB somewhat on the shoulder hit with the 44 Magnum.
It's gonna, that chainsaw's still gonna fall on you when that guy's arm collapses.
Well, no, it's not, because I'm going to be far enough away that it ain't. My gun's great big.
22-foot rule.
No. That don't work here. 15's probably...
Jesus, what the hell is this? Heavy. I'm almost done for the returns for the day. I can't believe it's going to take me this long to do them, though.
But if you shoot him in the freaking shoulder and you hit bone in there anywhere, that's going to be...
everything.
Shrapnel out the ass.
I mean, unless he's got a head as hard as a hog, if he's got bones as strong as a hog's head, because you know what happened to me.
Yeah, but I think that's just the absolute fluke of angle.
I think so too. It was like total crap luck.
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, he's getting all the hog chicks now though. That chicks dig scars bullshit at the watering hole. Hey, Hakuna Matata, check out the scar. Fixing to get porked. What was the other guy? A lemur?
Yeah. Disney's a great example of showing how animals get along when in reality a lion would have ate that fucker.
Mm-hmm.
A puma.
Like bacon.
I don't know, man. There's this woman here in town. She's facing a Child Protective Services custody case because she owns 2 Bengal and 1 white tiger, a monkey, and a fox. And somebody tipped off the police that this woman owned these things. Now, she's got the paperwork. She owns them all legally. They're not stolen or anything. She takes good care of them. So the police came out to investigate, and they knocked on the door, and the woman's 14-year-old daughter answered the door with the white tiger on a leash. And she goes, "Yes, can I help you?" Needless to say, all the animals were taken, and her daughter's in CPS custody because they said that they're threatening her life. And she's arguing that that's not the case because she raised all of those animals from cubs, and they all sleep in the same pen together, pretty much. Not the monkey, but like all the tigers and the fox sleep together. She's like, it's all about their upbringing. She's like, my daughter's fine. They grew up with her, and she grew up with them. They bottle fed these things.
Obviously, she's got all her fingers and toes, so hey.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm one of those people who think that, I don't buy that whole, you can't take the wild out of an animal. As long as you raise them right, from the very beginning, they think of you as family. And these accidental deaths where like people are getting mauled or whatever, it's like they're roughhousing and they're playing with kittens. And then when they get to like 600 pounds and they want to play, they're getting smacked by a 600-pound beast. It's like they thought they were playing, but the beast doesn't know how to back off and pull their punches. So shit happens.
If the damn animals are fed too,
Yeah. Like, they don't do starve days with pet tigers. You feed them every day, and they never have that urge to hunt you down.
Yeah.
Will I own one? No. But I do want, like, Arctic foxes. I think that'd be cool. Have 2 of those.
The only thing like that I've ever experienced as a coon. And you can absolutely domesticate a coon to where it will react a lot like a dog. I mean, you can put it on a leash or teach it to follow you around. It'll stay with you.
Yeah. My ex's mom has 2 squirrels in her house, like little babies. She hand feeds them. She bottle fed them. Like she just found them in her backyard. They were like malnourished and hungry and just kind of laying there in the yard. And she just walked right up to them. She picked them up. She brought them in the house. And she put them in like this gigantic jungle gym enclosure thing that she used to have for ferrets. And they love it.
I don't know that you can domesticate a large cat or not, but I obviously that lady had fairly good luck at it, but I ain't gonna try it.
Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna do it, but I'm not gonna say that you can't do it if you don't want to. What's that sound like? Gun control, doesn't it? Lion control.
Like I would imagine more people are mauled by chimpanzees than pet lions or tigers or whatever.
Well, you know what the biggest killer of people in Africa is, don't you? And no, it's not AIDS. But that might actually be true. But when it comes to like actual like animal on human killing,
I don't know.
it's the hippopotamus.
Yeah, hippos are pretty grouchy.
Yeah. Not the lions, not the hyenas, not the cougars.
I wonder if those things taste like bacon.
Hippos? I would imagine they taste like rhinoceros and elephant. They're sort of similar. I'm not going to say they're the same, but they're similar species.
I was just making it. They kind of look like a hog joke.
The whole. Well, every time I mention rhinoceros, I always think of that story my dad told me about A to Z. His father ordering the right hind foot of a. Or no, was that an elephant? I think it was a rhino. And they actually got him one. And it cost him like 2 months' salary. His dumbass paid it because they ordered it and he had to eat it. Like, was it gross? And he goes, it smelled really weird. Like, did your dad eat it? He's like, yeah, he ate it. Did you guys help him? He's like, fuck no, I'm going nowhere near that shit. Bear in mind, this is in the 1940s, so conservation is very different back then.
Oh yeah, kill it all. Take it home.
Yeah.
All right, the wife's coming in the garage, so I'm getting the hell out of here.
Oh yeah, shit. Actually, it's time for me to bail too. All right, guys. So tonight on Gunchannels, we've got the daily show coming up in an hour and 10 minutes or so, followed by the Gun News Weekly with Tac Daddy, and I think there's an AK-47 Guru podcast. Gee, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it's Thursday, so that's what you get to look forward to tonight.
It's also Yankees week.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay, so this is a Yankee week, which means tomorrow will be a heavy week. Cool. All right, so that's what you got on Gunchannels tonight. I'm heading out of here. I gotta close up the shop. We'll see you guys later.
All right, later, guys.
Later.